Radio.
From the archives.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. A Sydney man charged with selling information about Australian defence and security secrets to foreign spies remains in custody after facing court. Lydia Feng reports.
Australian Federal Police say Alexander Sergo met with two people while he was overseas who offered him money to gather information about Australian defence, economic and national security arrangements. He allegedly compiled multiple reports for them and accepted payment. Police allege the two individuals were foreign intelligence officers. The 55-year-old has briefly appeared in Parramatta Local Court via video link, charged with one count of reckless foreign interference. He didn't apply for bail and it was formally refused. If convicted, he faces a maximum penalty of 15 years in jail. The matter is due to return to court on Monday.
Victoria's police chief has told officers to make sure they're not remanding people unnecessarily as part of the force's response to recommendations from Veronica Nelson's coronial inquest. Joseph Dunstan has this exclusive report.
Victoria Police has accepted all of the coroner's recommendations following the 2020 death in prison of Aboriginal woman Veronica Nelson. Those recommendations urge Victoria Police to ensure officers aren't automatically refusing bail to everyone caught up in the exceptional circumstances test set by the state's tough bail laws. In an email to officers ranked sergeant and above, Chief Commissioner Shane Patton reminded officers they're empowered to bail children, vulnerable adults and Indigenous people facing exceptional circumstances, and each case must be assessed on its merits.
The RSPCA says it's disrupted an illegal cockfighting ring after raiding a property in Melbourne's west. Yvette Gray reports.
More than 200 roosters were seized from a property in the Melton area yesterday after they were found by the RSPCA's major investigations team following a tip-off from the public. The RSPCA says many of the birds were kept in cages with no access to food or water and were highly aggressive. The authority claims the roosters had been mutilated in a method consistent with the purpose of cockfighting. There are multiple people of interest in the RSPCA's investigation as work continues to prosecute those involved. In Victoria, offences related to illegal animal fighting can attract a 2-year jail term.
Damage assessments and clean-up efforts are underway in WA's Pilbara region after the passage of ex-tropical cyclone Ilsa. Angela Ho reports.
About 200 locals are protesting at the Old Shire Hall at Keilor and dozens more have spilled out onto the...
And apologies, I'll read you the right story now. Locals in Melbourne's northwest have gathered to call on the federal government to reject a proposed third runway at Melbourne Airport. Margaret Paul is there.
About 200 locals are protesting at the Old Shire Hall at Keilor and dozens more have spilled out onto the street. They're worried about the environmental, health and noise impacts of a third runway planned for Melbourne Airport. Brisbane Councillor Virginia Tarkos told the protest the council's opposed to the third runway and wants the airport to release its health assessment. The Federal Environment Department is assessing the proposal. The airport says it needs the third runway to cater for increasing passenger numbers.
Damage assessments and clean-up efforts are underway in WA's Pilbara region after the passage of ex-tropical cyclone Ilsa. Angela Ho reports.
The Department of Fire and Emergency Services says it could be days before the full extent of damage to cattle stations, mine sites and small Indigenous communities can be assessed. The former Category 5 cyclone set wind records when it made landfall in WA early Friday morning, but spared the townships of Port Hedland and Marble Bar. Residents of remote Aboriginal communities further inland evacuated children and vulnerable residents in anticipation of Ilsa's path. The Bureau of Meteorology says hundreds of millimetres of rain have caused flooding across a number of river catchments, which could keep some road closures in place for at least another few days.
The United States, Japan and South Korea are discussing holding regular missile defence and anti-submarine exercises in a bid to contain North Korea. In a joint statement, the three countries have urged North Korea to stop destabilising activities and warned any nuclear test will be met with a strong response. It comes after a series of recent missile tests by Pyongyang. To the weather now. There's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for most of the state, and there's a strong wind warning for Port Phillip and the Central Coast. For the state, areas of rain developing in the west, extending to central districts during the afternoon and reaching eastern Victoria at night. Some moderate falls about the western and central ranges. For Melbourne, cloudy, the very high chance of rain, most likely late this afternoon and evening, with a top today of 20 degrees. Tomorrow, early rain and a few showers, 17. Monday, partly cloudy and 20. Right now in Melbourne, it's 20 degrees. ABC News.
For extreme entertainment, stream comedy whenever you like on ABC iView.
That's so cool.
Extreme feel-goods with Ghosts, Ronnie Cheng International Student and Summer Love.
Never hold back, kids.
Extreme funnies from the Melbourne International Comedy Festival.
That means a lot.
And extreme good times with Starstruck, Peep Show and Fisk.
Why would you say that? Yeah, I don't know.
It's Extreme Comedy Gold.
So cool.
And you can stream it all for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling.
100% pure footy. The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Hello, welcome to The Lead for Gather Round. The Lead coming to you from Adelaide for round 5 of the AFL. Tom Papley was the star of the show as Sydney finished strongly over Richmond, handing the Tigers their worst start to a season in 7 years.
Boundary throwing out of side row, bottom inside 50. Logan McDonald. Oh no, he's going to finish with 6. Tommy! You little beauty! He runs to the pocket. The Swan fans haven't gone anywhere.
Meanwhile, in Norwood, Fremantle kept their season alive, coming from behind against the Suns to win by 10 points. Kicks towards the top of the 50. Collins nudged off it. A chance for Fredericks. He's after it. Gives the half buzz away. Backfield on the left of field. And surely now the Dockers have done enough. Well, back on Thursday night, it was the home team Adelaide who chalked up a third win on the trot, their most impressive of the season over the Blues.
Back to Kennedy, who spun around and dispossessed. Welcome to Adelaide. The Crows dish out the Blues' first loss of the season and show the rest of the league what the local team is capable of.
Hello and welcome to the City of Churches, the city of round 5, with all 9 games taking place from Adelaide for the first time. I'm Matt Clinch. Great to have your company on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming via the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button. A couple of big games to come today. We're heading up to the Adelaide Hills for Brisbane and North Melbourne to continue round 5 of the AFL. And then the twilight, it's Essendon and Melbourne from the Adelaide Oval. And the doubleheader with Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs to take place from the Adelaide Oval on Saturday night. Adam Ramanaskas has made the trek across to South Australia. Rama, welcome to you.
Thank you. It's been fantastic so far. I've absolutely loved it. Loved last night. I've loved the experience of walking to this ground, this beautiful ground. I'm just seeing, and we'll talk to Lingy very shortly, but last night the controversial goalpost flap hit, and there's 3 people out there trying to fix that already. It's like council workers. One's working and 3 are standing around.
I am impressed that they're getting to it first thing on a Saturday morning, so full points for that. But yes, as to whether you should have a little bit of the padding around the post coming loose while the game's taking place. It would have been an interesting moment had the game been closed last night, but thankfully that wasn't the case. Overall, out of 10, how would you give your experience, Rama? And what time did you get home last night?
No, I wasn't too late last night. It was quite nice, but the experience so far has been amazing. I think today is going to be real. Like, obviously the Mount Barker game, but then a doubleheader here at Adelaide Oval. I think that's going to be very, very special. So very looking forward to it.
I got to do the game from Norwood yesterday, so in a suburban Adelaide, great history in the SANFL as the home of the Redlegs, and for a game in which they wouldn't normally draw the biggest crowd, Freo and the Gold Coast, it was chock-a-block with just under 10,000 there, and everything you'd expect from an old suburban ground, be it Port Melbourne or some of those grounds where you would have gone Moorabbin watching footy growing up. It was a great homage to how footy used to be taken in, and gee whiz, there was lots of food and drinks on offer, although the wait for some was a little bit longer than they would have hoped for, but little teething issues in which no doubt they'll be keen to address if they do have it here in Adelaide next year. The Premier of South Australia, Peter Malinauskas, will come in and join us on the lead. So he'll give us his take as to whether they've met the parameters they set. They had a sellout last night. for Sydney and Richmond, so it feels like they've met all the markers in order to try and make sure they get to host it once more. Cameron Linger's, of course, with us on the lead. Lingy, welcome to you.
Great to be with you, Clinchy, and also you, Rama, and good afternoon to everyone out there. Yeah, it's been just, it seems like it's been good fun. There's been a lot of great atmosphere in the crowd. With the footy, though, the huge wins, the stars of the show, I think have been Sean Darcy so far, Tom Papley certainly last night, and the entire Adelaide Crows team. How brilliant were they against a Carlton team who was, all the talk was how good are the Blues, sitting somewhere near the top of the ladder. We're not even at our best. Here comes Sam Walsh. Here comes Matty Kennedy. All of this excitement, and they destroyed the Blues. The Crows were. Is this just a little bit of improvement they're showing, and it's not really real? Well, I think on Thursday night they just declared to the entire AFL, we've done this rebuild very nicely. We are on the right track, and also we're here. Jordan Dawson is a better footballer, Rama, than I ever understood. And obviously his leadership and appointment as captain is just proving to be a masterstroke by the Crows.
It was a perfect start to gather round. So if you look at it, so Adelaide, you're sort of thinking, who are they? What's their identity? Who are they as a team? We thought they were okay, but then to come out and just blast out of the blocks the way they did on Thursday night, it set the scene. It really set the scene for this whole round.
Do you think, Lingy, they've been the biggest winners of the weekend so far? When you looked at the fourth youngest list so far this weekend, they had 10 players still with 50 games or less. They're young, and their contest and clearance work was really impressive. But have we underestimated Adelaide a little bit?
I think so. I certainly have. Talking from my perspective, I thought, we're getting a glimpse of what the next few years might hold for the Crows, but that's okay. I think the Blues will still beat them on Thursday night because the Blues are more advanced in their development and their list and the quality coming back in. So I probably had them still sitting that bit outside the top 8 teams. The Blues will handle them, and we'll see improvement throughout the year. But I've had to sit back now after Thursday night and go, hang on a second, I need to know more about all these players under 50 games. So I've heard the names, I've watched the highlights of them, but I need to dig even deeper. So as part of my profession, I need to understand the Crows are so far better than what I thought they were to this point in the season.
Lingy, you mentioned Jordan Dawson. I think a few people, when he was announced as captain, sort of go, oh,
really?
Yeah, is that the right choice? But I think what he's done over the first month, he's the Mr. Fix-It for the Adelaide Crows at the moment. You can play him on a half-back flank and he plays really well. You play him on a half-forward flank. You play him on a wing. On Thursday night, we saw him in the middle of the ground, matched up to Paddy Cripps for a lot of the night. He has just been outstanding, and I think right now, if you sort of look at the season in isolation, he should be one of the favourites almost for the Brownlow medal.
And on top of that, Rama, watching their ball movement was reminiscent of, if you remember back, that Adelaide team that went all the way to the grand final and hit that grand final against Richmond as favourites going into the granny. Their ball movement through that season was just elite. They took it off the line, they just bang, pulled the trigger, kick there, into a dangerous forward line. Watching Thursday night, it was... These guys are just slicing apart Carlton with elite foot skills and elite decision-making. And there wasn't too many times where I thought, oh, they're just going long, slow, predictable, that'll get picked off by Jacob Wiedering. They were just ripping them apart.
If you look at their forward line right now and you stack it up against any other forward line in the competition, I think you're hard-pressed right now to go, they're better than the Adelaide Crows forward line. In terms of just firepower, unpredictability, and you got to remember, Shane McAdams still not in this team at the moment because he's been suspended. He's to come back still.
Good combo of smalls, talls, everything, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good starting point in terms of the discussion as to who's been the most impressive side so far this weekend, and that last kick inside 50. For everything Adelaide did well, there's an area which Carlton need to try and address, and we'll loop back to them, especially when our South Australian audience join us a little bit later. But I want to come back to last night. Tom Papley was the star here at the Adelaide Oval. Rama, you were part of the call team. 6 goals, and it felt like every time the Tigers challenged, and they had some challenges both sides, Sydney found a way to respond. It was Tom Papley whose celebrations and goals at the end was enough to get Sydney over the line.
Well, there were 6 goals after half-time. I think what was just unbelievably impressive for me. And you look at that third quarter in isolation alone. So Richmond kicked 7 goals in that third quarter, and you just thought, okay, Richmond are going to win. But they did it last week against the Western Bulldogs as well, where they had that second quarter where they played really, really well, and you thought they'll continue to roll into this game. But then again, in the last quarter, I don't know what it is with Richmond at the moment. But then I look at Sydney. There's a huge change in the guard there. I think we saw it last year, Lingy, but you look now, Warner, Papley, Goulden, Mills, Heaney. It's their team now. Yeah. It's their football team.
Yeah, 100%. Richmond, Rama, if you told me going into this game that you'd have Liam Baker jumping to the next level, which he has done throughout the early part of this season, having 35 and kicking a goal, and then your two big recruits, Taranto and Hopper, having 34 and 32 touches through the middle of the ground, well, that's a Richmond win because they're just pieces. You're adding two incredible pieces from the Giants and then the improvement of Liam Baker, who was already an excellent player, going to a whole new level. On top of everything else, Richmond have won that game comfortably. But the fall away after that is probably the alarming thing for the Tigers is you got those three players playing like that. Who else is jumping up, or who else is taking their game to the next level, or who else can sustain it over a whole game? So you're right, they're playing a quarter at a time now. Last week they did it, this week they did it. Great footy for a 30, maybe a 40-minute patch, but it's not being sustained for long enough, and there's mistakes, and I know Damien Hardwick tore apart their discipline, which is fair enough. All of those things are adding up to a pretty disappointing Richmond compared to where I thought they were coming to the season. And you're right, the Swans were superb.
So when you're watching Richmond right now, Lee, what's missing?
The level of intensity, quality across a long period of time. So Shea Bolton, for example, and I'd probably judge him a little bit too hard just because he's such an outstanding player. But last week, Bolton, for a 5-minute patch here and a 6-minute patch there, looked incredible. But then would disappear for 10 or 12 minutes. I think last night it was the same. It was, is Shea Bolton jumping to that best 8 players or 10 players in the entire competition this year? The answer's no right now. His 5 minutes is still as good as anyone in the competition, but his 90 minutes or 100 minutes or whatever game time he's playing isn't anywhere near the level it needs to be. And that's just one example. I reckon there's a number of players who are playing in patches, and then the fall away is too big for them.
I think, again, watching last night, is when Richmond were winning their premierships, they would almost concede stoppage clearance. But at the same time, the pressure that was coming out of that stoppage was immense. So the ball would then go deep into their defensive 50, and they would rebound from there. But what's happening now is teams are walking out of stoppages against the Tigers. So they're taking territory, but they're taking good territory. Yeah. And it's just like last night. So Sydney in that last quarter, 21 inside 50s to 12. That's so un-Richmond-like. That's so un-Damien Hardwick-like. Just the way they're defending now, it's a worry. It's a worry for the Tigers.
So you've had faith in Richmond for a while. You thought they were going to get there. Yep. Is that faith being tested now a little bit as to whether they'll be a top 8 side?
Look, I really hope they do get there, because bringing in Taranto and Hopper was... It was inspired. People go, well, how do you get 2 of those quality midfielders? And they gave up a lot to get that. And I sort of thought to myself, well, they're fixing up the problem. They're fixing up the source of the problem at the stoppage. But it just hasn't worked that way yet in the first month.
I'm with you on that, Rama. I thought where their slight drop-off could be coming into the season was midfield, with Cochin just getting older and sore, and that's just natural. Dusty still needing to get something rolling again, given he's missed a chunk of time. So what do you add? You add Jacob Hopper and you add Tim Taranto. Outstanding play. Brilliant. That's why Richmond are going to be really good, this team, and vying for the premiership. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, I think those guys are going okay, actually. Probably coming in and playing pretty good football. Liam Baker's made the jump. Outside of that, who else? Who else has really jumped? Jack Rewalt was good last night, kicked his 4 goals. Jack's relying almost entirely now on his incredible smarts, his footy smarts of getting into the right spot, the little back leads, the little when to hit up late at the kicker and all that sort of thing. So he's providing that. You can put it down to last night, perhaps, Clinchy. You take Tom Lynch and Toby Nankervis out of a team, they're going to suffer. And that ability to sustain across an entire game, which I'm calling for from Richmond, that gets harder when you take out absolute stars of your team. And Nankervis is crucial, and Tom Lynch, of course. He's now their best forward, their premier forward.
But you take an entire backline out of Sydney. Yeah. And you can only admire what they did last night.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so the Swans winners by 44 points over the Tigers at the Adelaide Oval last night. As a part of our call team, Tom Papley, who was the star of the show, kicked 6 goals. He joined Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanaskas and Mick Malthouse post-game.
Yeah, it was good. We just had to find a way. Obviously, a couple of key outs, 3 defenders out in 1 week is unheard of, really. They come at us in that third quarter, and we went again, and they couldn't go with us. And credit to the boys, we just kept finding a way all night, and we got it done.
Obviously, on the back of a couple of losses, it did look like it meant a bit to the group tonight. Why was that? Yeah, it's always you got to enjoy them when you get them. It's hard to. Obviously, both teams are away at Adelaide Oval. We had 3 key outs. They had a few outs. It was a big week for both clubs. If they won, it would have been a massive win for them. We won a massive win. So, it's always nice winning. And we come off a tough loss last week. We thought we should have won it. We had 22 more inside 50s. We didn't get it done. So this week we went to the drawing board. Did a lot right last week, but we just couldn't score. So this week we scored and it was good. Talk us through your celebrations. We love watching them. What's going through your mind when you're giving us the double windmill and you're sprinting faster than we've ever seen before after a goal? I don't know, you got to enjoy it while you can, don't you? People probably hate it, but I don't mind a goal and celebrate it while you can and enjoy it while you can, I reckon.
Tom, firstly, congratulations. I thought Richmond had that momentum in the third quarter. 7 goals to 4, and they just felt like they had you. What did John say at three-quarter time just for you to swing that momentum back your way?
Yeah, we just have to. They're a good side. They're going to keep coming. We have to fight back. It's just an arm wrestle. And once we got that momentum in the last quarter, we kept running with it. And a couple of things come off for us. I thought it was a good move to send a spare back in that last quarter just to settle some things and move the ball and just make sure we're safe down back. And then we went forward and we scored. So it was good.
Mate, I know this question has been done over to death, but Paddy McCartan, so how do you see that as a player? And has he been around the club? How is he? We hear so many bits and pieces about, he should retire and do this and do that. Where do you see him and where do you think he sees himself?
Yeah, I think he's one of my best mates at the club. I get along with him really well. We have a lot in common. The media says all this stuff, but how about we take care of him? Don't write him off and all this stuff. Let's just take care of the person and how he's actually going. He come into the club this week, good spirits, and that's just what we got to take care of the player, not say all this stuff and just make up. He's had 3 years of the best people in Australia looking after him, and that's what he's going to listen to.
So Tom, just on that, what sort of stuff is it that has bothered you as a footy club this week, some of the commentary around Paddy? Because it feels a lot that the footy community are interested in how he is and they want him to be well. What's some of the stuff that has really rankled the Swans?
To be honest, I don't really listen to it. We're in Sydney, we don't get much of it, but we just care for him. That's what the club's about. We care as the person. We don't look too far ahead. We want to care about the player, how he is each day. You obviously don't want to ask him all the time because it's just a repeated question and you get sick of it, but you just want to care for a player, wrap your arms around him. He'll be right. He's one of the best blokes at the club. He's so caring. But let's just take care. Let's just let him be and let's not write him off and all this stuff because who's that helping? Just opinions and all this stuff. Let's just take care of Paddy McCartan and get him right and yeah.
Tom Papley joining our ABC call team last night after Sydney's 44-point victory over the Tigers, 18-14, 122 to Richmond, 11-12, 78 in front of 42,134 fans. So as much as Tom Papley was the starling, it sort of got me thinking around Paddy McCartan and the concussion and the concerns around whether he'll be able to make a return to the footy field, and Tom's concern as one of his good mates that people are saying he should retire and the impact that's having on the individual as he's trying to protect one of his mates.
Yeah, I think Tom spoke really well about that there. It's up to Paddy, but it's also up to Paddy in conjunction with those who are caring for him and know him best and actually understand exactly what is going on. And this is why I've hesitated to say anything. I've known Paddy for years and I know the family really well. It's not for me to sit back and go, Paddy should finish or Paddy should keep going, because I've got no idea. I'm not in the medical meetings. I don't know all the conversations. I don't know his treatment plan for the last 6 months, 12 months, 5 years. It'd just be me completely guessing and throwing an opinion out into the wind. So I figure I should just shut up about it because I'm not educated on it. So I'm a bit with them. Let those who know intimately what is going on with Paddy and Paddy have the conversations necessary and they make the call together. And ultimately, Paddy makes the call.
Lee, with everything that's going on with the concussion within the AFL at the moment, we spoke a couple of weeks ago about your great mate in Max Rook, and you were sort of unaware of what was going on. Since then, have you spoken to Max?
We've had text messages back and forth, so not an actual conversation. I think Rookie's he's more happier and more comfortable on the text. Yeah, and it's more just reaching out, like, can we help with anything? Do you want to catch up and talk or not talk? Like, all that. So it's more for Rookie just saying, hey, I'm here if you need. What can we do? Are you fine? All that sort of stuff. I'm not going to jump in and go, hey, Rookie, you should do this. Because I just don't know what he's going through other than I will happily sit and listen if he wants to talk about it. And if he doesn't want to talk about it, I'm here for him anyway. And I'm not going to give an opinion either way because I don't know. I'm not a medical professional and I'm not Max Rook. And in Paddy's case, I'm not Paddy McCartan.
It's funny. We had the conversation last night after the game with Mick, and Mick Malthouse was talking about it almost should be taken out of the club doctor's hands now and given to somebody independent. But my point was the doctors at my time at Essendon, Dr. Bruce Reid and Dr. Ian Reynolds, were just unbelievable. I would trust those people with my absolute life.
Yep. No, I'm with you, Rama. Yeah, same with the club doctors we had at Geelong, and I'm still close with one now. It's still when I get so scared in the middle of the night because one of my 6-year-old child's struggling to breathe, I ring him up at 11 o'clock at night. I'm like, what do I do?
Answers the phone straight away.
Answers the phone and gives me the help. And it is one of I consider myself so fortunate that I've got that beautiful relationship and that trusting relationship. I can do that. And he's an incredible person. If I was in Paddy's shoes, and I'm hesitating to say this, but I would want it to be the opinions of people who'd worked with me on the journey to hopefully getting me back playing, who I trusted, who I loved, who I had this relationship with. But I also knew would make the cold-hearted call for me if it was the best decision for me to finish. That I trust them to do that every single day of the week. So, yeah, I'm with you more on that one, Rama.
So fingers crossed for Paddy McCartan. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. The South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas is going to join us very shortly. So, Lingy, give me your best 90 seconds out of how big that was for Fremantle over the Gold Coast Suns.
Oh, crucial. So crucial the way they finally got their game going. I mentioned Sean Darcy right at the top of the show. He was superb. He just started owning that game. But Caleb Sarong completely took over in the second half. And then you saw the ball movement start lighting up a little bit. The Freo of last year, the speed of their ball movement just broke them open. You saw Frederick starting to get dangerous and little things like that. Like, okay, I think they've got it back again. This bombing away or slow or cautious ball use, no, that's not them. Dominate the stoppages with your good midfield and rip it forward as fast as you can and play with some electricity. And that opened up the Suns and got them a really important win.
Yeah, their midfield is so strong, but Jai Amos, Luke Jackson played probably his best game for the Dockers. It feels like they're building a bit of chemistry there alongside Caleb Sarong, who was the standout with 37 disposals and 8 clearances. He was hard to miss.
Well, that's unbelievable. If you look at the stat sheet, and I'm always very careful just looking at a stat sheet, but Sarong's had 37. The next best Docker had 20 possessions.
Yep.
A
lot of Sarong under and contest work.
I was watching with my kids, Rama. I just said, keep watching Sarong. look at him. He just was hunting the ball and just took over that game. He was unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't think that was a great loss for Stuart Dew and his hope. Of course, they've got a new chairman now with Tony Cochrane having finished up. So there will be questions around the Gold Coast Suns, and it feels like that's sort of a couple of weeks in a row where they had the Bombers at three-quarter time. They couldn't go on with it in the last quarter. It certainly felt like they had the best of the three quarters before Fremantle finished strongly and eventually won by 10 points. Coming up later today on ABC Sport, we head to the Adelaide Hills to Mount Barker as North Melbourne take on the Brisbane Lions. A couple of youngsters to keep an eye on featuring in that game. And then we're back at the Adelaide Oval for Essendon and Melbourne. And tonight it's the Western Bulldogs and Port Adelaide. This is Gather Round coming to you from the Adelaide Oval. Round 5 of the AFL on ABC Sport.
With the ABC Listen app, you can take the footy with you wherever you go. Off to walk the dog?
Take the footy!
Going camping?
Take the footy!
Picnic in the park?
Take the footy!
ABC Sport's expert coverage of the AFL
Incredible grab!
and the NRL. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, live and commercial free. So whatever you're up to,
Take the footy!
take the footy with you on the ABC Listen app.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling.
Grandstand AFL.
It'd be hard to argue against the concept, wouldn't it? It's been an absolute resounding success, you'd have to say, for the game, and the people who were just walking around the streets and joints buzzing. Been wonderful in Sydney. It's great to grow the game everywhere, but if you could rotate something like this, we can't rotate the grand final, but wouldn't it be great to take it on the road?
That's the Sydney coach, John Longmire, who's trying to put his best case forward for Sydney hosting the next gather round, but I think Adelaide are doing a lot right if the opening couple of days are any indication. A big welcome to our South Australian listeners to The Lead for the first time. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you ahead of today's big matches between North Melbourne and Brisbane from Mount Barker and the Adelaide Hills, Essendon and Melbourne from the Adelaide Oval, and Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs tonight.
I just want to know, Lingy, if it does go to Sydney, to New South Wales, are you prepared to go out to Olympic Stadium to do a couple of games?
Is that still a ground, an AFL ground, Olympic Stadium?
Don't get too many games that pull in 80,000, unfortunately.
Look, I would be, just on this, I would be stunned if it's not in Adelaide again next year.
Got to be. It's got to be. It's been. I think if you do it for the first time, bit of a risk, and you do it well, like it's feeling like it is, you got to give them a couple of years at it at least, and then perhaps look at changing it up in the years to come. But for the time being, well done Adelaide. They've put on a great show so far.
We'll speak to the Premier shortly, but they had 5 months to prepare. If they've got 12 months to prepare, it'll be so much better again.
Yeah, so they've got an activation site on the other side of the Torrens. There was a great vibe on the parade out the front of Norwood Oval. The only thing, Rama, is having been here for a test match as to how big that activity is out on what's Adelaide Oval 2, the extended out the back area where they sit there and drink and come in and watch the cricket from time to time. I feel like that's probably the only area where they could potentially expand
I think today, Clinchy, particularly with the double header, out the back there, in between, so the Essendon game and the Port Adelaide game later on tonight, it would be somewhere to go. So I personally think, Liggy, this is only me, I think double headers have got a future.
Yeah, I agree. You buy the double pass, you stay, you hang around. Only
correct.
trouble without the back of the members stand there, Clinchy, is I've been over to that test a number of times. I get far too comfortable and I never actually move back in to watch any of the cricket live. So I might miss the second game in the double header if I get out the back there.
Yeah, put it this way. If Rama went missing, I'd know where to start looking for him. I think I'd have a rough idea as to where he would be.
Liggy would be right next to you.
That might be problematic. We just need to space out the games a little bit more, so there is some downtime for us heavy workers. In terms of the Adelaide Crows, for our South Australian audience who just joined us, the Crows so impressive in the way in which they played on Thursday night. But for as good as what their start was, Carlton were as disappointing. What did you take out of what was a crucial clash for both teams?
I took that the Adelaide Crows just slammed the door on Carlton. Yeah, I agree with you. You could make the argument that the Blues were disappointing, and we probably expected more, and we probably expected a thriller, 100 to 95 game, and wow. But I just don't think the Crows let Carlton get into the game. That first quarter was some of the most electric footy we'll see all season. And it wasn't just free-flowing. Carlton were playing garbage and Adelaide happened to slice through them. Adelaide sliced through a team who was having a fair dinkum crack. Around the ball, Rory Laird was superb. You mentioned Jordan Dawson right at the start, Rama. He was just brilliant. And the ball use was bang, 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 bang. And Carlton was standing there going, what the hell are we doing here? And that forward line, options galore. Tex Walker hitting up at times, wheel around, bang, ball would go in forward line, combination, tall, smalls. I think the Crows were just too good in that first quarter, and bad luck, Carlton, you were never in the game.
Well, 20 marks inside forward 50. And then they beat Carlton up around the football. Contested possession, they were plus 26 there. So that's where Carlton's game starts, with the contested football. But it was just exciting to watch. I think in the previous seasons with Adelaide, it's like, the Adelaide Crows are playing, I'm not going to watch it because it's a little bit boring. Now, it's like, I want to watch the Adelaide Crows because what they're doing with the ball and how aggressive they are and how quick they're playing, they're a must-watch team at the moment.
We often see one side, Lingy, come from outside the top 8. They jump inside. Could you see Adelaide being one of those contenders?
Well, before the season, no. Watching the start to this season and Thursday night, absolutely, Clinchy. Yep, I've, as I said right at the start, I've been forced to have a good hard look at the way I saw the Crows coming into this year. I just didn't think they were ready for this jump, and they have been brilliant. So, yep, absolutely, they could make a run at it big time.
My only hesitation is all their wins have been here at the Adelaide Oval.
Yeah, but that's not dissimilar from Brisbane. No. It feels like the big challenge this year will be winning away from home.
Yeah. Correct.
And that's all those interstate sides.
That's a great thing, isn't it, Rama? Almost the first evolution of a young team becoming a good team is they start winning every one of their home games. And then they grow to a great team, which is they win every one of their home games and they win the half a dozen away games and they're entrenched in the top 4 and they're looking at premiership. So this evolution to becoming a really good team feels 12 months earlier than I expected, but I think it's there.
It's amazing when you got a true home ground advantage, isn't it, Liggy? You can actually set up the ground the way you want it, and you can manipulate things the way you want it. Whereas sort of us teams that either played at the Docklands or the MCG and had no home ground advantage whatsoever.
You mean where the other teams in the competition get to play 11 home games and the Cats only get to play 9? Is that what we're talking about?
They can't even unfurl their premiership flag at the moment. They don't have a home ground Geelong at the moment.
Yes, so true.
So for as good as Adelaide were, are you concerned at all about the Blues? Because it feels like for a forward line that many teams would be desperate for with Harry Mackay and alongside Charlie Curnow, that their midfield is perhaps just a little bit one-paced.
Well, not yet, Lee. I think, Sam Walsh comes back. Hewitt's come back into the team. Let's get that midfield back going again, playing a month of football together before we sort of judge them. Look, before Thursday night's game, they hadn't lost a game.
Yep.
But, okay, there've been a few close wins there. So I think with the firepower, again, with Curnow and Mackay, I would like one more in their forward line. It feels like Curnow and Mackay and no other at the moment. So, yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with the Blues, and I think they should be okay.
Yeah, I'm with Rama on that one.
Sorry, Lee.
I'm with Rama on that one.
Sorry,
I think that was one poor performance. They were just beaten by a team who played electric footy. I still like Carlton for the rest of the year. That midfield will get rolling. That forward line's brilliant. But it's all about Adelaide right now, Clinchy. I'll let you steer it back to SA territory.
It certainly is. This is the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and via the ABC Listen app. Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas with you coming from the Adelaide Oval, and it's our great pleasure that the Premier of South Australia, Peter Malinauskas, has been good enough to come and join us in our commentary box. Welcome, Premier. So far, so good.
Mate, could not be happier, Matt. I just feel so taken aback that the support for the event has been really overwhelming. It's shot the lights out way better than what our best expectations were. So a sellout. The parade game I popped down there last night was unreal. And then this crowd last night for the Richmond-Sydney game, I was just wrapped with over 40,000. It's great.
So the expectation was you'd get more people here than the SCG. You happy?
That's what I put out there. I was being a bit cheeky. But then having said it publicly, I thought, oh, God, what have I done here? But no, it turned out perfectly. And it is. That is one of the biggest crowds I think Sydney Richmond's ever had. And the challenge I put out there was I want a bigger crowd for a Sydney game in Adelaide than what Sydney can achieve in Sydney, and we ticked that box.
You tick that box. There's lots of boxes getting ticked at the moment, Premier, and it's fantastic. The buzz around town, I suppose, is incredible. We were discussing before, given you've done it so well with only 5 or 6 months' notice and the first time around, have you been given a bit of a wink and a nod and saying you're going to get multiple goes at this and next year Gather Round will be back in Adelaide?
Not officially, no, Lingy, and I'm desperate for it. Well, look, what we've put to the AFL, and I've said this publicly, is we want to run at it properly. We would love to get a 4-year deal or something like that. And the reason why I say that is because this is a concept that can grow for the benefit of the game. And it does that by us investing in infrastructure as a state government to see games at the Barossa Valley or the McLaren Vale, which are footy regions in of themselves, with a nationally iconic, which will be good for the growth of the game. Now, but I can't invest in infrastructure as a state government for one match. But give us 3 or 4 or something we can build around. We're willing to put the capital in, partner with the AFL to grow the concept for their benefit as well as ours. But just once-off investments become tricky. Like Mount Barker, you'll see today, there's a lot of infrastructure we put up there at substantial expense. Most of it's worn by the state government. And then it's going to start getting torn down on Monday. So let's do it properly, and then we can do something pretty special. And then the AFL will have a product that is peaked, and they can shop around to the rest of the country, and we'll have to compete.
I was at the AFL function yesterday when yourself and Gil McLaughlin were up on stage. Okay. It felt like a little bit of a negotiation up there.
There was a bit of that going on, wasn't there?
But
there was a bit of that.
I'm more interested in what Gil was asking around. Well, will you match dollar for dollar in terms of lights, in terms of female change room facilities?
We are willing to come at that, but there's got to be a bit of consistency in terms of what Gather Round looks like to South Australia. So I can't, every state government has got a lot of pressures on it at the moment. Yeah. We've got to prioritise, a limited amount of funds. We've been trying to be as prudent as we can in that regard. If we've got a base, then we can invest in more in capital. But for once off, like I said, tearing down infrastructure that got put up at Mount Barker, it's going to be heartbreaking. But it's a temporary thing because we've only had 5 months at it. But give us 12 months, give us a plan for 3 or 4 years, and we'll go hard.
So when you looked at it, you said yesterday you wanted to showcase Adelaide, showcase South Australia to the nation, and it's fantastic. But in terms of the economics and what it actually brings into the state in terms of a dollar value, are you able to quantify that?
Yes, absolutely. So there's a few things that we can measure relatively easily. Bums on seats on planes, we get that data. Overnight accommodation stays, easily measured, we get that data too. But then there's a lot of other benefit that comes outside of it that's a bit more intangible. So we are going to be conducting, there's a commitment that I made some time ago, to doing an independent economic analysis on the back of this event, as most governments do for significant major events, and we'll release that data publicly. But on all accounts, Adam, we've exceeded expectations and we've got a pretty good return. Now that invites, interest from other jurisdictions who are now going to want a piece of the action, and I get that. But I do submit this question: where else would we really go as a game? I mean, are people going to drive from Melbourne to Perth? I don't think so. And that's no disrespect to the passion for footy in Western Australia. And in New South Wales, we had 10,000 people last night at Gold Coast Freo. They can't get that at a GWS game in Sydney. So I do worry that if we try and replicate this in a non-traditional footy state, it might actually diminish the concept rather than enhance it. So I think Adelaide's got some natural advantages. That privilege brings with it responsibility, which means we've got to be willing to invest in growth in the game, which is good for everybody. And we're willing to do that. We just need more than 5 months to prepare and a couple of years in a row to invest in.
The South Australian Premier Peter Malinowskis is with you on ABC Sport. In terms of the other sporting investments you have, the tour down under, the big events with the Live Golf tournament coming out, how do you quantify whether you're getting bang for buck in terms of the money you commit to something like this for the AFL fund.
So it all comes out of our $40 million major events fund. That was a policy that we put in place. People got short memories, gents. 12 months ago, hospitality, accommodation, the airlines even were still suffering restrictions. So we were trying to turn our minds to what can we commit to do that stimulates that part of the economy to a greater extent. That's why we've seen the role for major events. So we're just executing our policy. Each of these things get measured on their merits, and we'll have to consider that as renewals come up in due course. But there's also another element to all of this, and that is that South Australia's, I think, hit its slide under the bush a little bit too much. We're in a pretty good trajectory here economically. There is a lot happening. I want the rest of the country to be looking at our state and say, well, you know what, there's something happening in Adelaide. There has been a renaissance, in fact, a resurgence, and we want the rest of the country looking at us. We're a small jurisdiction, which means we've got to punch above our weight to do that, and major events gives us a platform to do it, and that's powerful.
And Thursday night, did you just go into the Crows rooms after it and just say thank you very much for getting us off to a flyer? That was magnificent.
Oh, be careful here.
Now.
I'm not sure if the Premier would be welcome in those rooms.
Rama's on it. I if I went into the Crows change rooms, mate, I don't exactly think I'd be welcome with open arms. I've been on the record. So look, the orthodox political strategy for a South Australian Premier is to say, I barrack for both sides and I just want South Australia to do well. My problem there is that I've got too many mates that would know that would be complete BS on my part. I'm known for barracking for two teams, Port and whoever's playing the Crows. That said, I've got to say, and because own the rivalry, people appreciate being authentic, I think. But from my perspective, if there was one time I was happy to see the Fruit Tingles win, it was on Friday night. It was on Friday night, and I'll tell you what, that first quarter was electric. It was. I haven't seen a quarter of footy like that from anyone in a long time. Isaac Rankin is deadly. He is going to be a star, I think. But anyway, so the Crows will be one to watch.
You've walked that line beautifully. A nice little barb on the way through, and making sure that you're fully invested in Port Adelaide tonight against the Western Bulldogs. So there's a bit of pressure on Ken. It's a big match tonight. How have you viewed Port Adelaide?
Look, our draw for the first 5 weeks has been pretty tough. And if you look at the form lines, it's been even tougher again than what we thought before the season. So I think tonight's a big test for Port. It's the sort of game we've got to win if we want to compete in finals. The draw opens up from there after tonight. But we really want to get through this first 5 rounds 3 and 2. If you go back to the start of the year, sitting down looking at the draw, if you had said to me we'd be 3 and 2 after round 5, I would have taken that. I just wouldn't have thought that we, beat Sydney and Sydney and lose to Adelaide in a showdown. So them's the breaks, but we've got to win tonight. But you look at the draw this weekend, we've been blessed. I mean, most games are 50-50. It's not the easiest tipping round.
Absolutely.
So, and in that regard, the gather rounds timing has been exceptional.
Now, Rama and I have been having a bit of a chat. Unfortunately, I get to come over here for the Test cricket, which is a great concept as a day-night match, but it does take away from what a great venue this is during the day. So if we were to have gather round back here, is there the possibility we can open up that Adelaide Oval 2, have a little section out the back, maybe a rock show? Have you got a few ideas?
We wanted to try and do that this time round. It was just time. So we were looking at different music acts and so forth, but they've got to be of the right calibre to match the calibre of the event. With time, we want to do all of that. And the Adelaide Test, I'm a bit with you, Matt. I don't mind the day-night concept. I'm not an old-timer and being opposed to it, but I do think day tests, for me as a SACA member, and I've been a SACA member since a knee-high to a grasshopper, that day experience is actually pretty unique here.
Where do you get your inspiration from? You every time I've heard you talk over the last week, you're thinking big, you're dreaming big. Where does that inspiration come from?
My last name's not too dissimilar to yours.
Oh, well, I was going to say that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure two Lithuanians can really function in the AFL together. I thought I was the only one.
Mate, you were drafted in what, 98?
Yes.
Yeah. So I was going through high school in 98.
Yeah.
I was graduating, year 12 in 98. And I'd worked out by the time I was in year 12 that getting drafted to anything was never going to happen. So I remember when you got picked up, and I was like, oh, there is a litho out there that can play this sport. But as distinct from myself. But look, my grandparents came here with nothing. It's not an unfamiliar Australian story. Fleeing communism in Eastern Europe, and this country gave them everything. And without putting too fine a point on it, they drilled into me from day one that we live in a pretty amazing part of the world, and just try and do anything you can to help out continue. They were pretty adamant about that, and I do think the job that I've got allows me to do that in a way, and I've just got to make the most of the opportunity while I've got the chance.
We've loved how fully invested you've been in this concept in growing it from the ground up. You've spent a lot of time with the AFL CEO. Are you continuing that throughout the rest of the weekend?
Yeah. I get on with Gillerai. I've got to know him a little bit throughout this process, and when the negotiations get tough, he can talk straight, and that just makes it so much easier to deal with someone in that regard. So I can't thank his partnership, his leadership. I mean, think about it from Gill's perspective. It would have been easy just to roll out a standard draw this year. He's on his, apparently he's on his last season. So just to do a normal draw and everyone celebrates it and moves on. Instead, he takes a big risk with a total new concept in Gather Round. And then he decides to take a chance on South Australia, and it's all really worked out. So I think it's a testament to his leadership, and not just him, but the whole team in the AFL. So we're wrapped for it, and hopefully more of it to come.
We look forward to coming back next year and doing it all again.
Fingers crossed.
Thank you so much for coming up and joining us.
Thanks, gents. I appreciate it. Cheers.
The Premier of South Australia, Peter Malinowskis, who's making his way out to Mount Barker for the match between North Melbourne and the Brisbane Lions. We're going there next. That'll be our next stop on ABC Sport. But there's plenty of games to look forward to, Lingy, when you cast an eye across the rest of the weekend. And, Will Ashcroft up against Harry Sheasel. There's youngsters left, right and centre. And we touched on Brisbane about how important it is getting these wins away from home.
Yeah, and you're right. One, just on the excitement of the young players, I absolutely love a couple of those ones that you mentioned, and right across the competition, how big an impact they're having on the comp. I look at that Brisbane game and just think, well, they simply must win. And that's just a game they have to go and nail. They can't be just known as a team that wins only at the Gabba. They're too good for that, and they're in that real premiership window. So they've got to go on the road a little bit, a strange road too, and come over to South Australia, but then also travel that little bit further and win that one. And then huge games, the double headers that you guys have been touching on. Essendon, Melbourne, great test for the Bombers, and Port Adelaide Dogs. It's amazing what was it, about 6 inches makes for the Port Adelaide last week when Alir just read that ball better and got the hand on it. If that had sailed over the line, they would have had a crushing defeat over in Sydney. Instead, they're feeling great about themselves, and maybe they knock off the Dogs tonight at the Adelaide Oval in front of a parochial crowd, and they're rolling then if they can get that win.
So have you seen enough from the Bombers that they can match it with the best sides? Melbourne, Collingwood and Geelong in the next 3 weeks. They've been able to score, which was one of the big challenges for Brad Scott, and it feels like Melbourne are the right challenge at the right time. Yeah, to be brutally honest, no, I haven't seen it yet, Clinchy. I like where they're heading. I love the fact that Darcy Parish and Zach Merritt and Dylan Shield are finding the footy, but are finding damaging footy rather than junk footy that I think Darcy and Zach were guilty of a little bit last year. I like where Brad Scott is taking this team, but as we sit right now, I don't have them on the same tier as Melbourne with the game this afternoon, and I don't have them on the same tier as Collingwood. And I certainly wouldn't have had them on the same tier as Geelong coming into the season, but I'm also not getting carried away by the Cats' third quarter last week. That's about the only good footy I've seen from them all year. Essendon are below that group as far as their quality right now, but that's not to take away the fact that I think the Bombers have made some big steps so far this season.
It's interesting because you're exactly right in what you're saying, but that's the challenge. I think we spoke about the Adelaide Crows a little bit. That's the challenge for them to jump into that category. Like we thought Fremantle were in that category coming into this year, but now we've questioned that again. So I think Essendon's next month or 5 weeks will define where they are as a team, where they are in their development, how they're going. Can they... no one's expecting Essendon to win the next 5 games, but at the same time, how well will they compete in those next 5 games?
It's funny, isn't it, Rama, that if they go 2-3 in those 5 games, but in the 3 losses they're really competitive and they show great signs, and they can't quite go with a couple of those very, very top teams. I think we walk away after those 5 games going, yeah, Essendon, they're on the right trajectory here. But if they go 0-5 and lose 3 of those by 60 to 80 points, well, the same questions get asked all over again. So it is a great period for them and a great test for them.
Cameron Lang, Adam Ramanaskas and Matt Clinch with you on the lead on the SMS 0437 774 774. Joseph from Essendon says the AFL's new concept. Haha, they pinched the idea from the NRL. Well, yeah, the interesting part will be if the NRL look to move their Magic Round to Melbourne when this takes place, but we'll see. Ines from Melbourne wants to know what the heck is an activation site. It's basically just a gathering where they set up all the infrastructure, and if you're not coming along to the game, it's a chance for the kids. So you can design your own footy record and do all sorts of things. And Michael from Wyndonvale wants to know what games we're doing on Sunday. We are doing into Melbourne, Geelong and West Coast, and the big match between Collingwood and St Kilda to close out the round. We've still got Lee's final word coming up. But Ben Cameron will be heading up our team from Mount Barker. He's done the drive with Mick Moldhouse. I think they left it about dawn, didn't they?
Am I allowed to ask some questions here?
They've got to be short and sharp. Okay. Benny, come in, paint us the picture of what the Adelaide Hills look like.
Oh, it's a beautiful scene, Clinchy and Rammer. I know you've got a lot of questions, so I'll keep this brief. But it's a scene that would be dotted around the country, a community football venue in the regions, the rolling hills to the northern end of the ground, some houses to the southern end, and beautiful, picturesque trees lining the ground. We do have some temporary stands, which does prepare it for obviously an AFL game of football for premiership points. But there's a lot of people filing in. The only dampener is, of course, the inclement weather, which has just brought down the mood a little, but I don't think will dampen the spirits of the people in attendance too much.
Benny, we heard last night Mick wanted to get there a little bit earlier. He wanted to buy some jams. He wanted to get a bottle of wine for his wife. What time did you actually leave this morning to achieve this?
5:40 we departed that. No, I'm just joking. We left at 8 o'clock. We headed to the ABC, picked up our car, and off we went. Mick's here as well.
Benny, let me just put this up a bit. Tell the truth, mate. You got lost 3 times getting here. You couldn't find the car keys. And we eventually got to Harndorf, and I just wanted a bowl of porridge, and you talked me into getting some. If you're going to be part German, then eat something like the Germans would. So we end up having 2 massive sausages with a lot of cabbage, and lucky this room's a bit bigger than the normal for the cabbage. And
I would have left the cabbage, but I thought we were in an open air box today.
Well, I'm saying to you, I feel like I'm about 5 stone heavier because those sausages are doing a hell of a lot at the moment, mate. So, but what a great little place Harndorf is. And yes, we did get the jams up. We didn't get them in Harndorf. We went up to, what was the name?
Beerenberg.
Yep, that'll do. And I just think it's just fantastic. This is a setting with all the cars around it, being able to put their lights on and bip the horns as the people run down the race. It's just fantastic.
I feel like there's a whole heap of stories that are going to continue on throughout the broadcast today, Brisbane and North Melbourne. So Ben, Mick, enjoy your day. We can't wait to listen on ABC Radio.
Thanks, Clinchy. Thanks, Rama. Thanks, Lingy. Looking forward to the last word.
So no late changes with Jared Lyons, the sub, and Hugh Greenwood for North Melbourne. Beautifully segued. So Lingy's last word here on the lead.
Well, I'm hesitant to do this because it's ending on a negative note, but I'm going to say cut out the whinging. Cut out the negativity. Not you, Clinchy, not you, Rama, not this ABC grandstand team. But during the week, we're heading into a new concept. Yes, it is stolen from the NRL. Let's not beat around the bush there. But let's get behind this whole gather-round thing. Heading into Adelaide, it's all exciting. The whole footy world's jumping on the road and heading over to Adelaide. And then there are those who want to go down the whinging track of, this shouldn't happen. We should move the Collingwood-St Kilda game back to the MCG because it'd get 70,000. The Essendon-Melbourne game shouldn't be in Adelaide. This is ridiculous because it's 3rd versus 4th on the ladder. This should be at the MCG. Can you please stop with your tiresome whinging and negativity? It's an exciting new concept. All the games are going to South Australia and we're all right behind it. And you know what? You're having a bloody good time right now. It's fun. It's exciting. Some games might work, some games might not work. Who cares? Let's get behind it rather than thinking, oh, we've got to have Collingwood St Kilda play at the MCG because they happen to be going all right this year. Cut out the negativity. Even last night, people going, oh, the Suns Dockers crowd only got 9,329 at the game. It was an amazing atmosphere. The Norwood ground looked magnificent. The boundary line closest to the broadcast side was like a straight line. Yeah, you know what? You play on different sized ovals, different sorts of ovals. Who cares? Enjoy the spectacle, enjoy the positivity. Please stop whinging.
Cameron Ling with his last word. Embrace, gather round, get around it rather than focusing on the fact you could have 80,000.
That's his best yet.
Nice work, Lingy. We look forward to your company, Lingy, next Saturday. We're heading to Mount Barker. It's North Melbourne taking on Brisbane. We join Ben Cameron, Neil Cross, Mick Moldhouse and Rod Jamieson. Rama, we'll go and cool our heels.
We will.
See you for the Bombers and the Demons. Stay with us on ABC Sport. Great to have your company for round 5 of the AFL. It's all happening in South Australia. Gather round. Coming to you from Adelaide.
Victor Moa, Boomerang, Hills Hoist, One Day Cricket. Aussies are an inventive lot.
It couldn't have been made anywhere else.
Tony Armstrong is rolling open the shed door to explore Aussie creations.
They tell us who we are and the times we live in.
And in there lies the charm.
From Speedos to Stubbies to the humble meat pie.
Enjoy the show.
Great Australian stuff. Tuesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
One state.
And they will come from everywhere.
4 days.
This will be special.
9 matches.
You just cannot take your ears off this game.
And all 18 clubs for a round of football like we've never seen before.
We're going to put on one hell of a show.
Snaps across the body and the party continues.
This is AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Everybody, and listen to this brand new groove. It's going down in this party. Bring your friends and family.
Bursts away, kicks the goal.
This is Gather Round.
The celebrations as they come from everywhere.
Grandstand AFL.
100% pure footy.
Perkins to the hand pass to Stringer. He's going to go the barrel. Don't tell me.
Here it comes, here it comes.
Cartmart follows up. Finwood sells the dummy for an early goal of the year.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
AFL Gather Round.
Something big is coming. Something big is coming.
He stops, clocks, fires and goals.
Something big is coming. Something big is coming.
What a piece of individual class.
Something big is coming.
Biggest moment of his life. 55 loads up all the way home.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
High altitude flight from Shable.
All the tricks on display.
AFL.
Two-step bang.
This kid is going places.
Puts the jets on and kicks it on the run.
Boy, does he love it.
He launches an absolute rocket.
Oh, the home fans like that. From 50, he goes whack.
One bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
Loads up with that right foot. Cannon on the right boot. Floats it through.
Their season's well and truly alive.
This is AFL Gather Round on radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listener.
Something big is coming. I know.
The AFL's Field of Dreams moment. Build it and they will come. Kind of like the cornfield in Iowa from the Kevin Costner motion picture. It was a cow paddock in Mount Barker, transformed into a venue hosting an AFL game for premiership points. A modern game that's all grown up, connecting with its regional grassroots.
We are in the Adelaide Hills in Mount Barker for North Melbourne and Brisbane, only about half an hour outside of the CBD of Adelaide, South Australia's capital. The only dampener on all of it at the moment is the inclement weather. A lot of ponchos out and about. It's been drizzling throughout the morning. It's about 16 degrees Celsius. Both teams are already out on the ground warming up, so we don't have too long to get stuck into it. Ben Cameron and Neil Cross to call all of the action. Mick Malthouse and Rod Jamieson along for all of your summary this afternoon. Firstly, Crossy, great to see you. Welcome to Mount Barker.
Well, it's not summary, is it?
No.
Yeah, you just mentioned summary there. It's not summary. It's 14 degrees and there's a wind from the west and it's cloudy and we've seen quite a few showers. So it'd be interesting to see how the players adapt because the surface is absolutely magnificent. I played cricket out here last year.
Score any runs?
And I thought, no, actually I got clean bowled. But that's another story. No, I thought the surface was really good. I mean, it's only 3 years old, this centre, and I thought the surface was magnificent then. But of course, you throw in the AFL money into making the ground fit for purpose, and it looks fantastic, and the temporary stands, and we're going to have 7,500 people here. It's fantastic.
Rod Jamieson, you're a local here in South Australia, Mount Barker. What are you seeing when you look out at this regional sporting venue? Lots of people standing on the banks, some temporary bleachers, and an AFL game for premiership points to be played here today.
Yeah, thank you, Benny. Crossy, and it is great to be here too. I think Mount Barker, it's thriving, and it's one of the more city areas you could almost place it. It's about 30 minutes out of Adelaide, and I guess what it's renowned for is its food and its drink. And you go north, you go to the Barossa, you go south McLaren Vale and come up into the Adelaide Hills, and there's something like 60 wineries up here too. So
You've visited most of them, haven't you?
I do, like a little drop, but what I get a feel, like just looking over the back of the ground, it feels like we're down in sort of Tassie, like that sort of feel, and the weather is not dissimilar, so the Kangaroos would be very comfortable with that. Brisbane coming probably from one extreme to the other. I went to a luncheon yesterday down at the Cornell Football Club, and Chris Fagan spoke, and he was born in Tassie, so he's got the feel. And what the weather conditions here, but the ground is in tremendous nick and the crowd's building it all around the ground.
One thing I would say is it's almost the complete antithesis of Docklands, where North Melbourne do play a lot of their footy. It's very different to that. Mick Malthouse has coached more games than anyone else in the history of our game at the highest level. Mick, you and I, we played tourist this morning, didn't we? We drove around, we went to Harndorf, we had a couple of bratwursts, and we got our jams, which was most important.
We did, Ben. Crossy, Rod, anyone else who's connected to the ABC, it is just a privilege to be here. I listened to Lingy just before. He's right. This is something unique. We are taking the game. This is an AFL game played not far out of Adelaide, but far enough out to see the mountains. An open ground that will be wind affected, so what? There's going to be a few showers, so what? We all grew up with this. As young kids, we all had a wind advantage at a ground we played at, and it generally rained during winter, surprise, surprise. And the test to me today will be Brisbane. They should win this game against North Melbourne. How do they travel? Well, they've been travelling very poorly because they don't have enough contribution all over the ground. They have some, but not all. North Melbourne, are going to start and finish strongly at their best of their abilities. I think far short of what Brisbane are, but we are at a venue that I just smile. I just think it's just fantastic for football, fantastic for the supporters. Something new. I only hope the AFL say it's going to be here again next year. I think Adelaide, or South Australia in particular, have only had 5 months to get this right, and so far it has been an absolute credit to them. So give them 12 months, you just imagine what the outcome's going to be. We spoke to Benny, a few people in the cafe, restaurant where we were.
I think I count as a photographer after all of the photos I've taken of you and punters on our way up here today, Mick.
Well, we had some people come down from the Sunshine Coast, and they wanted to see every game they possibly could. We had people from Western Australia, and I said, do you just follow the West Coast? No, we want to see the whole 9 games. And that's what it's all about. And then I heard, and I should have known this beforehand, the amount of money that you buy a ticket for 3 games, I think it is. That's just terrific by the AFL. I've been a bit of a critic of the AFL from time to time, but that is just smart marketing. Get people to go to all the games. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to this game because of who's playing, Brisbane, and seeing Clarkson's North Melbourne. So, you know, it's a great contrast on this neutral ground. Test is more for Brisbane than it is for North.
Yeah, $100 gets you into 5 games, so $20 a ticket is incredibly good value.
Well, how often we've heard the amount of people that have done that, they actually come over, travel from either interstate or overseas, and going to 5, 6, 7, 8 games.
You said overseas. There was one bloke from England who's flown over for the long week, or for 3 days or 4 days to see all the games.
How good's that?
Now, there's so much going on, it's easy to forget there's a game of football that has to take place between 8th and 9th before the round begun. 2 teams that are level on their ledger for the season. One of them will go above 500 on the year with the win today, and one will fall beneath that. Neil Cross has kept an eye on the toss of the coin. What happened?
Toss of the coin won by Luke McDonald for North Melbourne. They'll be kicking to the northern end of the ground. As I mentioned earlier, the breeze coming basically across the ground from the west. If anything, if it's going to favour an end, I actually fancy it favours the Lions in the opening quarter, kicking to that southern end of the ground.
That's strange. When you win a toss, you always kick to the
with the breeze,
with the breeze, because you never know. Because you build a score, you can always defend it. I know the 6-6-6 is a little bit hard, but it's against all. It's like getting a green pitch and saying, "Oh, we'll bat on, or we'll bowl on it." No, you still take the batting.
Yeah, and you get the runs on the board,
that's
isn't it?
So, all right, which way are we tipping?
I've actually gone with Brisbane. I think just their big ins that come in today will help out. Daniel Rich coming in will set up the back line. I know they're a different team when they're away, but I like Brisbane. Kangaroos will have a go, but Brisbane for me.
Quickly, Mick?
Yeah. Reluctantly going for Brisbane.
What about you, Crossy?
Brisbane, yes.
I'll take North.
Okay. Just to be different. Well done, Ben.
Here we are in Mount Barker, the regional setting, and to get you underway for North and Brisbane, you're with Neil Cross.
Straight away, it's Neil out of the middle with the rove off the ruck tap. Off to Zorko by hand, down to half forward. McCarthy back with a flight, couldn't take it, smothered it though. Bailey put it out into a bit of space, but it's crowded there. Sheasel picks it up, gives it to Davies Uniacke for North Melbourne, and Cunnington puts the ball on the left foot down to half forward. Intercept mark immediately by Brisbane by Joyce.
So Joyce will kick laterally. The team news as well, no late changes for either side. Jared Lyons, the sub for Brisbane, and Hugh Greenwood, as he was last week for North Melbourne.
And for context too, Benny, we spoke to the Mount Barker president. The size of the ground, the width of it is similar to the MCG.
Long kick from Neil towards half forward for the Lions. There's a free kick. It'll go the way of North. Jack Zeeble will get it. I think in the end, Sheasel goes and picks it up. So North with it at right half back. No score through the opening 51 seconds here on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital.
Zeeble with his long kick outside defensive 50. Now it was punched down to the front. Cunnington roved it nicely forward. Hand pass found Simpkin. He had slipped out a quick one as well. Off to Taylor, goes long towards the goal square. Falls over the top of the pack again. Brisbane will get control, and then Joyce came through, picked it up immediately. Tackled by Stevenson. Free kick North Melbourne, left forward pocket.
Good to see Stevenson get involved in that sort of stuff. I would just say for the public, we're so used to grounds that are not wind affected with grandstands and so forth. You make a big mistake by going to the outer today, because you'll never be able to bring it back in.
Well, Stevenson's going with the hook across his body, and successfully, with the breeze behind him, kicking from that side, he decided to hook it back, if you like, into the breeze, and he got it through for the first major of the afternoon. North Melbourne, I should say, 1 goal straight. Brisbane yet to score.
Yeah, Crossy, that call there where you said the breeze behind him, for those that aren't seeing the ground, there is a wind across the ground and probably favouring our right side. That kick, all he needed to do was just poke the ball around his body, and the wind would take it across the ground. And Brisbane's first initial saute into their forward line was to the outer side. The outer side is, to me, Rod, is just a death zone. It's going to be very hard to bring that ball back inside the corridor.
Todd Goldstein in the ruck opposed to Oscar McInerney. McInerney lays it down for Neil, gives it off to Zorko, shovels out a handball back to Neil, hooks across his body, kicks the lines towards half forward. Zeeble gets a hand in for North, brings it down to ground. Running onto the footy was Charlie Cameron, can't pick it up. Shields does for North. Handball away to McDonald. Handball towards Cunnington. Slapped away. Forced to Hipwood for the Lions. To Dunkley. To Zorko. Chips it out in front of Danaher. And he slides in and marks low down. 25 metres out. Slightest of angles to the left-hand side.
Yeah, big mistake by Shields there. Brought the ball back in with a hand pass. All he had to do was kick the ball on his left side up onto the wing. Clears the area. Just overuse of the football.
Tidied up well by Brisbane too. Was it just clean? A number of chain handballs there. Zorko running through the middle. We know that Joe Danaher needs one early. And there's his chance.
Going with the drop punt from 30 metres out. He steers it through for the Lions first. Brisbane respond immediately. And the scores are level again. One straight 6 apiece. We've played just over 3 minutes in this opening term on Grandstand AFL. Before Mick Malthouse and Rod Jamieson, you can get involved. 0437 774 774.
Well, Lockie Neal with the 4 disposals, not surprising. Dane Zorko with the 3. Ben Cunnington, the Kangaroos for 3. And what was significant, I felt, about the goal for the Kangaroos early is that Brisbane have won the last 5 matches against the Kangaroos. So just important for the Kangas to get the good start, but they weren't able to gate a quick turnaround by Brisbane.
Well, we've had three bounce downs in the centre, and it's been an easy clearance by the Lions. Very, very easy. So that's where it starts and finishes as far as I'm concerned. You've just got to be better in the middle.
And right on cue, Davis Uniacke comes through, and then umpire ruled there was a throw in there, so it'll go to Zorko. Quick hand pass. Oh, no, he dummied the hand pass, went back to his left, and it sends it down towards half forward with a clearance out of the middle. Danaher picks it up near the arc of 50, and Mackay throws him across the line. The umpire says, throw it in. He's probably lucky there, Joey. He wasn't pitched for holding the ball.
Well, you start to tackle inside the field of play and dispose of it outside the field of play. Bad luck. That's holding the ball or incorrect disposal, one or the other.
Interesting to note a few of the North Melbourne players in long sleeves. Long rumoured that Clarkson wouldn't allow it, maybe softening in his old age from the throw-in. It's slapped back boundary side, and we'll do it again at left half forward here for Brisbane.
I recall him running around the Tassie Oval without a shirt off, wasn't it, at one point?
Yeah.
Now Clarkson just to prove
that was
a point.
that was Monica.
Was it?
That
was
when
it?
it was freezing up in Canberra.
Did you do that, Nick?
No, I did do that game. I did, yes.
Goldstein brings it down to the front. Howe onto the footy, gets a handball away to Davies Uniacke. Bullocks through a couple, dumps it on the boot, floats a kick for North into the middle of the ground. Trying to pick it up, there is Scott for North. McCarthy comes through, also in the long sleeve. Soccers the Lions inside 50. Going in low, McDonald for North. He wins the footy, he's tackled quickly by Dunkley. And we'll get a ball up 35 metres out from the Lions attacking goal. One straight 6 apiece. We've played 6 in the opening term.
Great acquisition, Josh Dunkley.
Goldstein with the tap down, then he had to get his own ball. Hand passed it out wide looking for McDonald. Under pressure, released it. Cameron came flying in, couldn't take it for Brisbane. Rayner's over it. Now it's fallen for McCarthy on the left foot, the snap. The backstop was Mackay. Takes the mark, clears it straight away to Howe in the right back pocket. He chips it as well, and North Melbourne move it out of their defensive area.
So Logue comes up and marks. One of their off-season acquisitions, gives it off to Howe. He's bumped as he kicks. It'll land just in play, close to the boundary line on the outer side of the ground, and out of play it goes eventually. We'll get a throw in.
Just need to be smarter than that too. That handball, Coleman was right alongside him. He's given the handball to generate and create some run, but the kick was poor under pressure. Daniel
Howe playing game number 100 here today from the throw-in. Todd Goldstein in game number 299 brings it down in front. Simpkin tracking after the footy. Davies Uniacke picks it up. Zorko tackles. Handball away, goes out of play. We'll get a throw-in. Still on neutral territory on the outer side wing here at Mount Barker in the Adelaide Hills. One straight 6 apiece through 7.
Well, I love the way that North Melbourne are keeping their forward line. Great structure, so they're not overcrowding the ball, but what they're doing is if they get the football, they're not allowing then Brisbane to run the ball out with the extra player.
Goldstein down the front straight away. Davies Uniacke and Cunnington involved, and they chain up the hand pass. Howe was about to give it to Sheasel, and he was grabbed before he was able to take it. So now he gets a free kick, and they chain it very quickly. No, he's got 50 as well. So Sheasel will kick from inside 50, just sends it long, and he sends it right to the line. Is it over? Goal umpire straightens up and says yes. So Sheasel's first of the afternoon. And North
impressive.
Melbourne have taken a 6-point lead. 2 goals straight to Brisbane's 1 goal straight.
Have you seen a player just come into the game? Max
One or two. Judd.
Yep.
And
Dacos?
Yes, Dacos, certainly Dacos. Maybe even Jakovic from way back. But they're so rare that they can have an impact on the game, because what they generally do is blend in. No, he's having an impact.
Yeah.
He's having a massive impact.
Harry Sheasel, that is, we're talking about, and that was his first goal in his 5th game.
But
for
how smart
AFL,
was he?
But he's just quality.
Well, that's the only thing he hasn't done in his few games, kick a goal.
Look, he was smart enough not to let him settle, because you're up against the wind there. He was very, very smart.
Well, talking about it like it was a fait accompli that Will Ashcroft would win the Rising Star, and Harry Sheasel saying, I've got something to say about that. Free kick from the restart, going to go the way of Simpkin of North. Kicks laterally to Howe. He'll drive North Melbourne towards full forward. Into the pocket it goes. Larky a lot of it. Doesn't quite complete the mark. Payne goes in for the lines. Now flicks it out towards Kitty Coleman. It spits out, and there's a clearing kick from Starcevic. High ball towards the defensive 50.
Oh, Cameron with a big jump. It came to ground, though. North Melbourne has still got it inside the attacking 50. Bailey released it. Finally went to that man Ashcroft. He cleared it. Mackay picks it up for North Melbourne, though. They'll go inside 50 again after he handed it off to McDonald. Good kick. Ball comes to the front of the pack, though. Goldstein, unlikely rover. He lost it. Umpire said he was dropping the ball. Yes. Yeah. Incorrect disposal. So Andrews will take the relieving kick for Brisbane. Immediately spears it right across the goals. Starcevic handed off to the preferred kicker in Rich, and as usual he finds somebody. Down the wing goes Big Danaher after taking the mark. One bounce to Cameron at half forward, wide out against the boundary line at left half forward. Now he's called to play on. Sheasel tried to corral him. Off he went to Danaher, straightens up 20 from goal. Good mark by the big ruckman Goldstein. Now called to play on.
It clears beyond defensive 50, trying to find a target out there in Turner. Keeps it moving forward. Coming in Dunkley. Might have been Sockering in danger. The umpire lets them play on the gather round logo. And they'll pile in. We'll get a ball up on the edge of the centre square.
How top was that? Dunkley just came in and almost got a knee to the head with his head over the football. Great contest.
10 minutes played opening term. 2 straight for North to 1 straight for the Lions. Goldstein hooks it down. In they go. Powell shovels it out. Sheasel again. Now Phillips hooking it towards half forward for North. Bouncing ball. The Lions are there. Coleman gathers. Snaps back towards the logo. Turns it over though. Shields will mark.
Shields plays on from the logo. Sends it long inside forward 50. Lions with a punch down, but first to it Larky. And the big man just slips a hand pass out. Davies Uniac in the left forward pocket. Centres up brilliantly to Powell. So he takes an easy chest mark, and he's only about 35 metres out, just to the left.
Well, playing some really strong football, North Melbourne. This is not... It's hardly going to be a pretty game. It's going to take a lot of grunt, and North Melbourne at the moment, outside of Zorko and perhaps... who else were we talking about there? Neil. North are all over them. All over the top of them.
Tom Powell, out of the Sturt Football Club in South Australia, comes in on home territory, and beautiful kick. North Melbourne has a 2-goal lead with that. They go to 3 straight 18 to the Lions, just the 1 goal, and we've gone through 11 minutes now in the opening quarter.
10 more disposals to the Kangaroos too. Inside 50s, 5 apiece, but Kangaroos a lot of handballing, and it was like 10 kicks to 20 handballs. They're now just kicked a little in recent times, so it's 19 kicks to 21. So they're trying to create run, or the pressure from Brisbane is not allowing them to get forward as quick as they can, but there's certainly no question the Kangaroos are really at it.
Yeah, too right. There's always going to be a little bit of a gap here. Rod, I just still can't work out why a winger cannot start on this corner of the square so he can cut back and protect and go forward on the release.
They tried to stop coaches like yourself, Mick, for doing that. That's exactly why it's in place.
Bounce back in the middle. McInerney trying to get involved and follow up. He did that so well last week, but emerging with it. Phillips for North. Low ball inside 50. Can't quite find its targeting combat. He goes again at ground level. Picking it up. Phillips again to Simpkin, to Powell. Spreads it out wide to half forward. Howe runs back into the traffic. Floats his kick on goal. And it tumbles out in the left forward pocket for North. They've kicked the last 2 goals and 3 of the first 4. They lead 3 straight to 1 straight. We've played 13 minutes opening term.
Maybe they got it right in terms of the wind, or at least the advantage of the ground. So the ball's thrown in, and Goldstein comes to the front, and it's off to Larkey, who's standing by himself and kicks a goal. He was inside the goal square all alone and just dribbles it through so easily. And now it's 4 goals on the board in the early days for North Melbourne. 4 goals straight to Brisbane, 1 goal straight. 18 the margin after 13 minutes.
Well, take a bow, Big Todd Goldstein. Take a bow. You have been outstanding since that injury, unfortunately, to the young North Melbourne ruckman. He's come back in the side, playing his 299th game. I know he can run all day, but he's a player that just gives you a contest at these stoppages. And when you have a look at the stoppages the way they are, Brisbane would be embarrassed. Any given stoppage that's not set up like a centre square, you've got to be able to set up. But any other one around the ground so far has been dominated by North because of their real discipline and lack of discipline by North by Brisbane. That's where that goal comes from.
Larkey goalless last week, back on the goal scorers list today. Dunkley with the clearance for Brisbane, snaps towards half forward, lands on the chest here of Cameron. He's gesticulating.
Too
he wants
slow.
them to come now. He goes into the pocket looking for Hipwood. Zeeble gets back. Hipwood outbodies him and takes the mark. 45 metres out, 10 metres in from the boundary line at right half forward.
Yeah, I just thought he was too slow, but in the end he got Eric Hipwood, which is the target was intended. Zeeble, who was a strong body, Hipwood just held the arm out and he was just trying to keep an eye on the football and lost balance and an easy chest mark. Tough pocket here. He's going to have to be probably right to left with the breeze the way it is.
Right side for a left footer. We so often speak about the key tools for Brisbane, Danaher and Hipwood. Danaher already has one. They need him to deliver now. On his left boot, he tugs it. Hard right, misses the lot. Wow. Out of bounds on the full. So still without a blemish today. 4 straight North, Brisbane 1 straight.
Maybe it's the commentary box that's protecting him. You know, we are 2 stories up.
He really went to the left and then swung it really hard to the right.
Yeah.
It was hard to do. McDonald with the kick out of the defence. Off hands, it comes to Howe. Poor hand pass turnover. Starcevic, even worse kick, but it's turned out all right for Brisbane. Bailey picks it up, sends it goalward from about 55, running back. Lowe taking the mark in the left back pocket for North Melbourne. Looks out to that eastern side of the ground. Everything covered. Takes his time. Now he comes back down the line. Beautiful pass in the end. No! Zorko got across the front and knocked it over the boundary line ahead of his fellow number 15 in Daniel Howe. We're going to throw in right on the arc of 50, the attacking 50 for the Lions.
Aruli's with us. He says loving the gather round Mount Barker vibes. He's listening down on the Adelaide Flats. Good to have you with us. Both rucks miss it from the throw-in. Simpkin onto the footy. Sweeps a handball out towards Powell. Can't quite gather. Zorko comes for company. It's out of play. A throw-in about 70 around from Brisbane's attacking goal.
I love how close we are to the boundary. We're only about 10 metres away from the boundary here. Just elevated a little bit.
Umpire spins it back in. Winning it down McInerney towards Ashcroft. His handball chopped off. Powell dribbles a kick back to the wing for North. Picking it up, Starcevic. Tackled quickly. Gets a handball away to Ashcroft. Now McCarthy. Handball turnover to North. Howe kicks to the wing.
It's just a high ball. Rich didn't have it. It came down to McKenna. He was dispossessed as well from the couple of handballs. It finds Simpkin. Now Simpkin takes his time and off his left foot goes to half forward. 1 touch 2. Umpire called play on. Taylor was nabbed in a tackle straight away. And now we'll get a ball up with Cunnington making the big tackle on Charlie Cameron. Right at the back end or front end of the centre square, I should say, for North Melbourne at centre half forward.
Simpkin with his 5th disposal. Fast feet, really evasive.
Ball goes up, knocked down. Brisbane fighting hard to get through there. The umpire comes to say to Wilmot, surrender it. He's in the grips of a couple of kangaroos, one of them Phillips. Ball goes in the air again.
Loose footy, no one coming away with it immediately. Zorko goes and gets the ground ball, gives it back to Zach Bailey, kicks Brisbane into the middle. Zeeble chops it off for North. Comes to Tucker on the wing. Now gets onto his left, drives it long inside 50. Coming across Andrews, kills it dead with the big spoil. There's a free kick as well. I think it's going to go Brisbane's way. It looks like Payne will get the free kick.
Yeah, Larky's got a lead on Andrews. You put the ball in the air. Andrews is strong, but also very disciplined in the air for punching the ball back.
Joyce goes long to the wing. Danaher goes up and takes the mark overhead. He then moves it short to Ford. Wheels and goes. Hipwood out the back. Should take the mark. He does. 30 metres out. A back lead towards goal. And he'll go back for an improved angle from his last shot. About 30 metres out the mark. A 30-degree angle to the right-hand side.
We normally see Charlie Cameron in that position there, or Cam Rayner with the open forward line, and Brisbane moving the football quickly. Darcy Ford in today. Big, tall ruckman to get it over the back. Hipwood's advantage should finish off, hopefully, after his last kick move.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's on the runway. Brisbane need a steadier. Hipwood comes in and delivers it. Their second major of the afternoon at Mount Barker. He drives it onto the bank where the fans are sitting and standing, taking in all of the action at this regional venue. Brisbane 2 straight 12, North Melbourne 4 straight 24. It's back to 2 goals late in this first term here on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, I just thought the positioning of Core was wrong. I think one of the things with a side that's got a slight bruise, in fact, we'll probably argue about the bruise now. It looks like it's going straight across the ground, but nonetheless, against a tall player that's taller than you, unless he's on the lead, you're better off getting in behind him so you can push him under the ball. As it was, he lost sight of the football, and once you lose sight of the football as a backline player, you are in all sorts, as you would know.
And the opponent and the ball. So
you're in no man's land.
Yeah.
6 goals between these two sides without a miss to start this game. And it's still by 12 points, North Melbourne. Brisbane with the centre break through Neil. And intercept mark taken by Tucker and left half back. On this broadcast side, he comes short after Taylor. Taylor looks back inside, just a bare minimum 15 that kick, and he found Zeeble. So Zeeble looking across the ground, thinking, yes, he's got one available, and he goes to Phillips. And he's at the back end of the centre square for North Melbourne. In short, steady build-up. Shields now with the mark. And he goes further wide. Out to half forward, and strong mark taken by Powell. Just got over the top of McCluggage at right half forward.
So Powell will drive North long towards full forward. Big fly from Comben. Can't drag in the mark. It's spoiled away. Loose footy at half forward for North. McDonald burrows in. His handball picked up by Dunkley for Brisbane. Gives it off to Rayner. Clever little kick around the corner. It might release McCarthy. Gathers on the wing. Sweeps a handball forward to Fort. Hipwood's out the back. The ball just has to get there. It's bouncing. He'll gather. He'll turn. He'll run into the goal square and hammer it through. Back-to-back goals for Hipwood. Back-to-back goals for Brisbane. And the margin's back to 1 goal. North Melbourne 4 straight. Brisbane 3 straight. Who said we're playing in the elements?
Well, I like the way the Kangaroos actually set it up. Initially, they came off the back line, switched play, chip, maintained possession, went forward, big pack. But as soon as it hit the ground, Brisbane were able to just run it out far too easy. And then you've had your defenders, they've tried probably from too far, Mick, to actually come forward, which then creates that easy lap over. And Hipwood had about 30 metres.
One of the things about, for those that aren't listening, watching but listening to us, the overlap, a player from the back has to come up and meet the ball. But there is a time when you go, no, let him make a decision because I'm not going to influence the play. 2 North Melbourne players had no hope of influence of play. Both elected to come up to ground, and hence they were absolutely snorted on the turnover.
Out of the middle, it was Danaher in the ruck for Brisbane centred forward. Then Berry received a hand pass again from Neil and sent it to half forward. Zorko picked the ball off the ground. Off the Danaher, was taken high, or was he dropping the ball, said the umpire. Sheasel comes away for North Melbourne. Poor kick, turnover, not quite. McKenna on the ground, gave it to Ashcroft, and then it was off to McCluggage, and then finally Zorko, and he chips it to half forward. And that's a brilliant take by Neil as he received the kick from Dunkley, which was less than perfect. Sent it up the kick, comes to ground. Rayner hit the ground thinking he might get a free kick. It wasn't there. Picked up by Wilmot now in the left forward pocket over the shoulder. Oh, what a goal. What a finish by Wilmot. And Brisbane are on the charge. That's 3 goals in the past 4 minutes. And Brisbane have levelled it up. What great goal kicking we've seen. It's 4 goals straight apiece for Brisbane and North Melbourne.
Just too easy, Brisbane. Again, out of the middle, just a chain of handballs, and how classy was Lachie Neale. Just that one hand came in, picked it up, got it deep, but to go over the back, that was like, for Wilmot to be able to, Darcy Wilmot to do that, he was pretty much 30 metres away from goal, as far and deep in the pocket as you could possibly be, kicks it over his left shoulder into the breeze. What an outstanding goal.
I was going to have a crack at him, Mick, and say he should probably put that to the top of the goal square, and he's put it through.
Well, I reckon the breeze in the end helped it, because he kicked it into the square, and because of the wind is going across the ground, it actually dragged it back. Now, it's a good goal, but too many errors by North Melbourne in that short passage of play this end and from the last goal. So the last two goals have been far too easy by Brisbane, contributed by North Melbourne's lack of probably experience or decision making.
After North kicked three in a row, Brisbane have kicked the last three. North come away with the football. Simpkin floats it towards half forward. Coleman goes up opposed to Scott. Scott gets it at ground level. Handball slapped away. Scott goes back and gets it. Out of play it goes. A throw in between wing and right half forward for North. So scores level, 4 straight 24 apiece, 24 minutes into the opening term. Ben Cameron, Neil Cross, Mick Malthouse and Rod Jamieson, your call team here at Mount Barker.
So ball comes high back into play, and it was McInerney who got it down. North Melbourne briefly had it. On the ground was Phillips, and then it's pinging around inside. Finally, hand pass came out. It's found Powell for North Melbourne. His kick partly smothered. And they get another attempt. Howell got the foot to ball. It's across towards half forward. Davies Uniacke bullocks his way through, picks it up, sends it into the forward pocket. Late came Zerha without any effect in the end. Finally diving to ground, and was he taken high? Yes, he was with Stevenson. He was being shepherded off as Brisbane was running away through Starcevic, and Stevenson's received a high tackle, or a high shepherd I should say, and so in the right forward pocket North Melbourne will get a shot at goal.
Sure was that Harris Andrews was the player, the leader. Stevenson going to snap it over his left shoulder.
He's got to go for the left-hand goalpost, I think, really, from here.
Yeah.
So he goes with the left foot over the right shoulder, and he's done it from either side now. He did it from this side with his first goal, and the first goal of the match, and now he's got the fifth of the match for North Melbourne with a left foot snap from the right forward pocket. So North Melbourne, this goal kicking's unreal.
It is.
It's 5 goals straight to 4 goals straight in favour of North Melbourne.
Just looking at the replay here, it wasn't really much in it. Well, Starcevic was going to kick, and Harris Andrews just put his hands up, and Stevenson probably overacted and copped him high and ended up with a free.
Yeah, but I think he's been penalised because he's 6'6", and Stevenson's probably just 6 foot at best. But nonetheless, if you put your arm out like that, you've just got to be strong and lower your legs and get the player across the body, not across the neck. The free kick was definitely there, make no mistake about it, but Stevenson had some GST on it, put it that way.
Kick 3 last week. Jaden Stevenson, he's already got a couple today. Lachie Neale receives the tap, then slips over, kicks Brisbane inside 50. Rayner goes up, Logue spoils. Ball at ground level, loose footy. McCluggage leaves it behind. And now bustling through McDonald. He can't quite, he's wrapped up in a gang tackle. Another ball up, 45 metres out from the attacking goal for Brisbane. Attacking the southern end of the ground in this opening term.
Great tap.
Yeah, hooking it down beautifully, McInerney, but getting onto it, McDonald for North. Wrapped up again. Another ball up. A reminder, you can text in 0437 774 774. We'd love to hear from you if you're here today.
Lachie Neale was half a step then from the perfect tap down feed to goal. It's come off this time to Zorko. He just dribbles the ball wide for Neale, who picks it up well below the knees, and then handball back to McCluggage. He takes his time, steps around one and kicks another goal. Perfection continues. 5 straight goals for Brisbane. North Melbourne 5 straight goals as we close in on quarter time on Grandstand AFL.
The big O, just too, he's facing the goal and then just put it behind it, as you'd call, Crossy. Lachie Neale just coming through, just missed it. Again, involved in that follow-up play. Lachie Neale, another possession. That takes him now to 9 in this first quarter. McCluggage just with his evasive work, and 40 out. Great finish.
Yeah, I reckon that Goldstein has held sway in that. The stoppage itself North did very well until Simpkin kicked it into the back of someone, and it wasn't his fault. It was a good smother by whoever, but that then created another ball where Neil is a one-touch player.
Goldstein wins the tap down, but Neil gets onto it, sharks it for Brisbane, gives it to Dunkley, kick goes straight up and down, spoiled away in the end by Howe, forward for North, but onto the footy. Starcevic for Brisbane, sweeps a handball to Berry, away he goes, low ball inside 50, looking for Danaher, there's a whistle, a free kick, it's going to go to Ford.
Yeah, all the way. Core just grabbed hold of him, under pressure, bigger player, just didn't know where to handle him. Didn't put his body on him, he put his arms around him. That's a free kick every day of the week. Umpire, that's fourth umpire there. We'll watch for that. I don't say it's right or wrong to have a fourth umpire, but you just can't grab hold of a taller opponent. Smaller defenders for years have just learnt to use their body, get your body in front, push with your hips up against his thigh or his knee.
Darcy Fort, a footy journeyman, spent time with Centrals. He's missed this kick. First blemish of the afternoon. There was a question about the last quarter with only goals and no behinds. We don't need to worry about that anymore. 5-1 Brisbane, their first lead of the day. North Melbourne 5 straight 30, 3 minutes to go in this first term.
I think there's an example, just the dead side that Mick was talking about earlier. Like he's 30 metres out from goal and lucky to make the distance.
So one of the most accurate players in the competition, Darcy Fort, has the first blemish of the day for either side. Larkey, meanwhile, at half-back's got the ball for North Melbourne out on that eastern side of the ground.
It's good for Larkey to come up and get involved in the play, take a mark. He wasn't doing too much in the forward line, so get involved, get back now. He's got the blood pressure up, got the nerves settled.
Chipped wide for Howe. He went long down the line. Brisbane are going to come back the other way. And a good mark among two there to McCarthy. Yes, it was paid. He had good control of it. The kick came in from Neil. He's had quite a few in the first quarter, Gemma. You can tell me in a moment because he's adding another one to it. Although that ball was kicked to him, too short to the umpire play on. Neil robbed of it. Little 1-2 work by Scott. Off to Zerha. Then wide for Cunnington. Back to Zerha. Fumble. Bad fumble. And he's able to bullock somehow to get his way further forward. It was Bailey for Adelaide who picked it up eventually. And Brisbane, I should say, not Adelaide. That's getting me the wrong way. Down towards half forward they go again, and the ball rolls out at half forward for Brisbane. Zerha, the bullock, just going through.
Just something good. He that's his first touch of the game too, so he's been a little bit quiet, albeit the Kangaroos have started well, but you know, when he gets going, his influence and his body work around that congested area, that's when big advantage to the Kangas.
From the throw-in, Goldstein in front, lays it down, coming away with it, Dunkley, gives it to Berry, snaps the lines inside 50. There to mop up McDonald. Trying to pick it up, though he loses it quickly. Lowe goes in on top to ensure we get a ball up. So just inside the attacking 50 for Brisbane. They lead by 1 point. 5-1 plays 5 straight over North. McInerney slaps it away. Goldstein follows up at ground level. He's tackled quickly, gives it off to Simpkin. Tumbling a ball towards the wing. Coming up, getting involved is Andrews. Starcevic goes through. Now Zerha swoops onto the footy. Kicks North Melbourne towards half forward.
And it's a race there between Joyce and Stevenson. Joyce just takes the ball before the line comes up. And I think that's what the backman wanted. Stevenson made sure he went over. We'll get a ball to be thrown in about 60 from the goal face for North Melbourne, attacking that northern end of the ground. Very strong, persistent breeze across the ground.
It's scrappy the last couple of minutes, both sides.
It's Cunnington going against Neil. Ball spills. Howe picks it up, gives it to Simpkin by hand, and then inside 50, long with a kick. And eyes on the ball. Joyce taking the intercept mark for Brisbane. Some 15 metres out, and he'll just take his time from position in the left back pocket. Oh, interesting kick. He set it up. It wasn't a great kick. Berry didn't take the mark. It's come off for North Melbourne. Scott hooks it back to goal again, and this time it's Payne takes a comfortable mark for the Lions, and again they'll repel the attack.
Yeah, Scott too rushed. He had plenty of time, just banged it to the top of the key, and North had all numbers there.
The kick turned over. Zeeble wins it back for North. Runs away, kicks into the opposite pocket. Going up, Comben. He's able to clunk it in the right forward pocket.
I think Connor McKenna would Well, we'll see that again, just the way his lack of attack on the ball. That's where it was intended to go. Zeeble coming the other way, took the chest mark, played on way too easy, and Kangaroos having a shot.
Yeah, I think he's backing on it. He's playing Gaelic footy.
Reverse parking.
Well, mark set, 15 metres out. 45-degree angle. Combin comes in and misses badly. Just sneaks it through for a score. Right on the quarter-time siren. There was a shootout in the opening term in the Adelaide Hills here at Mount Barker. A scene that would be replicated around the country in country footy venues. We've got some temporary bleachers on the outer side of the ground. A lot of patrons standing on the grass banks enjoying all of the festivities, getting as close to their heroes as they're ever likely to in a game played for premiership points. So scores level at the first change. The goal kickers for North Melbourne, Jaden Stevenson with the couple, Harry Sheasel with the single, his first goal in AFL footy, Nick Larkey and Tom Powell, while for Brisbane, Eric Hipwood has a couple and then singles to Danaher, Wilmot and McCluggage. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse, the coaching games record holder, and the premiership crow Rod Jamieson. When we come back, this is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen. Rampaging Royce Laven and HG Nelson.
I note that some people don't use logbooks anymore.
What?
Yeah.
They don't know cos, sine,
cosine, cosine, cotan. They're all great.
Bludging on the blind side.
Why don't they do it?
I don't know.
I think Royal Commission. What happened to the logbook? I loved it. I still opened it up. Could we get Volandis to drag the logbook
kicking and screaming back into our universities?
Podcast available now on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to the AFL Gather Round.
Grandstand AFL.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Thrown in, and Goldstein comes to the front, and it's off to Larkey, who's standing by himself and kicks a goal. He was inside the goal square all alone and just dribbles it through so easily.
Rayner, clever little kick around the corner. It might release McCarthy. Gathers on the wing, sweeps a handball forward to Fort. Hipwood's out the back. The ball just has to get there. It's bouncing. He'll gather. He'll turn. He'll run into the goal square and hammer it through. Back-to-back goals for Hipwood.
Brilliant take by Neil as he received the kick from Dunkley, which was less than perfect. Centred up the kick, comes to ground. Rayner hit the ground thinking he might get a free kick. It wasn't there. Picked up by Wilmot now in the left forward pocket over the shoulder. Oh, what a goal. What a finish by Wilmot. Tap down feed to goal. It's come off this time to Zorko. He just dribbles the ball wide for Neil, who picks it up well below the knees, and then handball back to McCluggage. He takes his time, steps around one and kicks another goal. Perfection continues.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
It's the fourth match of Gather Round here in Adelaide and across South Australia, given we're about 20 minutes out of the CBD of Adelaide in the hills of Mount Barker. Great to have your company. Ben Cameron alongside Neil Cross calling all of the action. Mick Malthouse, the coaching games record holder, and Rod Jamieson, the premiership pro, watching a game in which the scores are level at quarter time. What did we see, gents?
Well, I thought the Kangaroos actually started really well, and I think Al Clarkson would have been pretty happy. Brisbane was slow to start, and with just, I guess, their record too, when they played at home, Melbourne and Collingwood has been tremendous. Away, Port Adelaide and Western Bulldogs, they've lost those games, and we're thinking the theme in which Brisbane are going to continue today, but they've managed to work their way back into it. I think the players that they need to stand up, Danaher's been able to do that. Hipwood's been able to do it when normally it's the players over the back of a Charlie Cameron or a Rayner. Rayner was quiet in that quarter. You just Lockie Neal, Zorko, 11 and 8 disposals. Dunkley's also got 8. Zach Bailey with the 6. But the uncontested, the Kangaroos have sort of held it going forward, Mick, and they haven't been able to really capitalise 13 apiece inside 50s.
Yeah, well, Ben asked me what have I seen. I've looked out this window and looking up to my left, and there's a fantastic-looking winery for a start off. Now, how many grounds in Australia can you actually see a winery? And I was just on the Jamo, and he said he's informed me that there are 60 wineries, and he's sampled every one of them around here in the Adelaide Hills. It's just extraordinary. But I'm looking at more. You've just summed up the game really well, Jamo. But I've just looked at a couple of little cameos, and I'm watching McDonald on Cameron. It is a game within a game. We are so used to now backline now shuffling around, picking up who, picking up what. It doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. In this case, McDonald has made sure that he's never allowed Cameron to get in behind him. So he's pushing him up the ground. He's physical with him. Cameron has to get the ball up the ground. Now, if he gets around him, okay, it's probably good night, there's a goal. But at the moment, McDonald's played him absolutely brilliantly. The other one is Goldstein and McInerney. I'm intrigued by the ruck work. The ruck work is fantastic. I just take my hat off to Goldstein. I just think that for a player that a couple of years ago they said he's gone and this sort of stuff, he can run all day. They know they can go through with one ruckman. They will use others. But he has been, I think, instrumental in making sure that North Melbourne stay in the game at stoppage. Now, they are very disciplined at the moment. The only way that they've been beaten is if the ball gets cleared out of the centre. Centre clearances I haven't got. In fact, it's 13 all as far as the overall clearances go, or 12-11 clearances. It's 8-3 to centre, and that's danger time, because I think Brisbane got the first three significantly and looked like they were going to take over. But Goldstein around the ground has made sure these players are at least first touch. So those little games within the games I'm intrigued by, and they've contributed to this scoreline of 5-1 each. Without Goldstein and without McDonald, you might say, well, McDonald's hardly touched the footy. No, but Cameron would have. So they've been significant. Can they hold up? And we will see now this quarter with this wind whether it has any impact at all, whether North can feel a bit more assured that they can come on this side of the ground and protect this side of the ground for their scoring. And Brisbane, likewise, on this side of the ground, which won't suit their two left-foot key forwards, but if they can get the ball in the centre of the ground and then judge this win, well, this could be a terrific quarter going into the half-time.
Bit of certainty in the back half too for Brisbane. We've just seen Payne and Andrews take some big, strong marks too, indeed. So be able to do that. And I guess Logue at the back and Mackay early for the Kangaroos.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Lots of SMSs coming in. We'll get to those momentarily here on Grandstand AFL. But the second quarter underway. It's a shocking bounce. The umpire lets them play. Getting involved, McInerney has a fresh air. He trying to soccer it out. Handball away towards Ashcroft. His handball stolen for North. There by Howe. Gives it back to Goldstein. Squeezes a left-footed kick out towards the wing. There's a free kick. It's going to go the way of Curtis Taylor. Advantage taken by North. Away they go. Tucker. Handball away to Powell. Close to the boundary line. Hooks it back to a central position. Comben goes up. Scored away by Andrews for Brisbane. The clearing kick, though, from McKenna lands in the lap of an awaiting Phillips for North. 45 metres out, as good as directly in front.
Well, Brisbane lost their structure. When that ball went in, there was nothing, no line of players outside. So if they had a quick kick, which they did, Brisbane players were caught way out of position. Very well done by North.
Here comes Phillips. Pick 3 in 2020. Are we about to see the best of him? His kick on goal is a beauty. North Melbourne reinstate their lead. They're out by one straight kick. 6-1-37. They lead the Brisbane Lions 5-1-31. About a minute into their second term here on Grandstand AFL at the picturesque Mount Barker.
Certainly what I've liked about the Kangaroos in some of the games that I've actually seen is that certainly their structure and how they've set up, and maybe through I'm not sure, Mick, that he's added that and the depth and the young players to set up accordingly, because you called it, and even if that quick kick came out, it wasn't going to go nowhere other than come back straight into the 50.
No, that'll be a Clarkson thing. There's no doubt. That's experience. If you experienced coach, they're the 1%ers away from the normal game pattern you play. You structure up properly.
So out of the middle of the game we come, and North Melbourne with the advantage through Davies. Uniacke paddled it but couldn't get it. It was picked up by Dunkley. Look for Zorko with a hand pass. He goes to ground. Ball on centre wing now on this broadcast side. Diving on it. And it was North Melbourne's Shields who dived on it, and then Dunkley got him, and the umpire said that's holding the ball.
Yeah, it's a shame. He tried to stand up in that tackle, but went to ground. Once you go to ground with it, you've already picked it up off the ground, you're in real trouble.
Dunkley now called to play on, just drops in a short ball, only the bare 15, right on the logo on centre wing for gather round. It's Lockie Neal with the mark. Now he scarpers infield and then goes long with his kick. inside forward 50 up was Hipwood, so was Mackay there. Ball fell to the back. Now it's on the ground again. Phillips came in, couldn't get it for North Melbourne. Finally it's cleared away by Sheasel out towards centre wing. A high bounce between the two tall players. Comben came in, got a hand pass out wider towards the boundary line, just socked forward a little bit by Zerha. Now he slides into the ball, and that's a free kick. He took out the legs of Andrews. So Andrews at right half back for Brisbane.
Great defender, isn't he, too? Height, but also to speed. Well composed to assess the situation. Zerha just slid straight in.
A good rule, that.
It is.
Saves players' legs. Really good rule.
Zorko at centre half back. Here for the Lions, kicks straight up the middle in the Danaher direction. He goes up trying to take the mark. Spoil from behind, impeded. Danaher will get the free kick.
It's because he's been spoiled. I mean,
just
really?
a contest, isn't it?
Umpires.
Right on the attacking edge of the square. Danaher wheels and goes. Thumps it long towards the goal square. Did anyone touch it? It might have bounced through. They all fresh-aired it. And it tumbles through. Danaher from downtown. And the Lions come back again, his second. And the scores are level again, 6-1-37 apiece. 4 minutes into their second term on Grandstand AFL.
On the early stages at the northern end, which is where Brisbane are kicking, I saw Lockie Neal go long, Harris Andrus go long. Like, there's free kicks inside 50s. They've just gone long and deep to the square. The football's got over the back on 2 occasions, which keeps it and makes it dangerous. But also on that occasion, you've got 3 defenders of Kangaroos, some at the back. That's just poor defensive work to allow it to do that and bounce through for a goal.
So the 5th time that we've had scores level in this match, and the goal kicking continues. What's that? 12-2 between the two sides. Early stages of the second term on Grandstand AFL. Bad bounce, but there was a contest between the ruckman, but the umpire says no. I'll recall that. Todd Goldstein saying, well, you didn't do it last time that happened. So up they go again. Davies Uniacke off the contest, high with a kick on the turn, down towards half forward for North Melbourne. Comes off hands. It was picked up by Dunkley. Hopeful hand pass. All he found was Tucker in space for North Melbourne. His kick finds the chest of pain for Brisbane inside defensive 50 for the Lions.
They work it around the outer side wing, the Lions. Ashcroft comes infield to Dunkley. Handball to McCluggage. Handball to Neal, running by. Sweeps it inside 50 to Rayner. Back to Neal. On in turn to Hipwood. Now they're in trouble. Back to Neal. He dumps it on the left boot. His kick is across the face. A minor score. Changing the handball all the way from the wing to inside 50. Neal couldn't finish with the snap for the Lions. They do take the lead, though. They lead by a solitary point.
Good call, Benny, and that was the best bit of play we've seen. Brilliant play by Brisbane. Kept the ball clear of North Melbourne until they got the ball inside 50. One hand pass probably put pressure on.
Shields brings the ball in short. And it'll be Shields taking the mark close to the boundary line, about 40 from goal.
Looked funny in a Kangaroos jumper, Liam Shields. It's hard to get used to.
Yeah. Well, maybe he feels funny because that wasn't a great kick. They've almost turned it over. Now they've turned it over to Rayner. He picked it up nicely, gave it back to McKenna. Outside of his boot, inside 50. Zorko went back, couldn't take it. Cameron couldn't shake off a tackle, got a hand pass outside at Fort, in towards Rayner. He's tackled by 3. He's got about 4 or 5 Kangaroos around him, and they are able to turn it over eventually and clear the area where Comben takes a diving mark.
It was like you, Crossy, playing cricket here. Low down catch as Comben goes short, looking for Zerha. He can't mark, fumbles it out. Throwing on the wing, bit of afters as well.
Yeah, wants to mix it up too. He's had a bit of a quiet quarter.
Well, they all come and get involved. Zerha never far from the Argy-Bargy. Throwing on the wing, right in front of the grandstand.
Starcevic just picked up a free, Benny, from it.
Oh, Starcevic will come infield with his kick to Daniel Rich. Just backward of the Gather Round logo on the wing. Rich on that reliable left leg goes really short to Jared Berry. This region famous for those as he chips it short again, and Ashcroft comes up and takes the mark. They lead by a point, Brisbane.
Ashcroft plays on down to half forward with a long kick. Big pack. Darcy Ford at the front took a strong mark. One grab, then inside 50 with a kick. Joe Danaher in the left forward pocket with the mark.
You're sensing it's too easy, Mick, the Brisbane in this quarter too.
Yeah.
Just maintaining possession, particularly in the contested marks. The defenders aren't getting there with their fists, but just allowing to chip away and end up with the footy where they are.
They just look a different side this quarter, Brisbane. They look as if they've got the confidence to go to their tours. This has been interesting by Joe Danaher. He's kicking generally against, even though he's got the wind up his backside,
He starts it on the left post. He does it brilliantly. Great finish by Joe Danaher. He gets his third of the afternoon. And Brisbane, well, in terms of this match, they skip away. It's a 7-point lead. It's 7-2-44 to North Melbourne's 6-1-37. And we've crossed over 9 minutes in this second term.
Just to clarify that, he takes them, he gets a mark on the left-hand side of the ground, so it's against his leg, but he's got the wind blowing right over his shoulder into his back, so he wouldn't feel that. So he's able to kick directly at the goal, and then it's helped by the breeze. So if you kick the ball straight, that's just going to go straight through, and as it turned out it did. So he's worked it out pretty quick. And he's actually now starting to really have a big impact on the game, Joe Danaher.
One of the more maligned players in the two. They feel he's doing more Brisbane, but 5 inside 50s in this quarter, 2 goals Brisbane.
Brisbane going backwards out of the restart. Dara Joyce eventually on the left kicks them towards the wing. Lincoln McCarthy somehow gets a kick away as he's tackled towards the gather round logo. Ashcroft picks it up. Handball away to McCluggage. He'll send Brisbane deep towards full forward. Fort's there and Fort marks. They went down like 9 pins around him, but Fort comes down with the ball in hand, and he'll go back and kick for the sticks from about 30 metres out. Slightest of angles to the left-hand side.
Yeah, that's 2 big marks in the forward line. He does add another dimension to it.
I thought he just came in to really back up the big O around the ground and probably the ruck work, but he's a real target up forward.
Yeah. No, he's always been a reasonable mark. Just about, I guess it's mix and match. Can you go with the other 2 talls? Generally not, because the ball gets run out too quickly, but...
Comes back in this week after a best on ground performance in the VFL and sprays that. Misses to the left-hand side. Up behind. So the lead goes out to 7 points for Brisbane. Played 9 minutes in this second term.
Oh, he's second behind too, from pretty close in front on both occasions.
Now he's involved again after Zeebel's long kick came out. He was actually at the front of the pack, roved it, was tackled immediately by Davies Uniacke. We'll get a ball up. It's on this broadcast side.
7 minutes in, North Melbourne have had 17 disposals. 17.
There's another couple for Brisbane. And McCluggage is on the end of a hand pass from Ashcroft and then Berry. And his kick is smothered. Bobbling around in there. And then finally, I thought it was a throw, but the umpire called play on. Cunnington just hits it in hope forward of the play. And went to Coleman. He gave it to McCluggage inboard to the big ruckman McInerney, and then off to Ashcroft. He goes long to the goal face, about 20 out. Roving the front of the pack was Lockie Neal. Thought about a shot, gave it to Bailey by hand. He takes a shot away to the right for the minus score. Breeze definitely got that one. So minus score for Brisbane. Brisbane 7 goals 4 on the board now for the Lions to 7 goals 3 on the board for the Lions. 6-1 for North Melbourne.
Crossy, 50 to 20 possessions. And that tells you a lot about this quarter. It's played in one half of the ground.
And 3 easy misses too for Brisbane. It could have really sort of opened up the break. Phillips and Simpkin are both on the boundary being assessed too. So not only not winning the football, but a couple of their quality players just off the ground being assessed by the doctor.
On the kick in, Brisbane are forced to throw in. Forward of the wing from them on the broadcast side of the ground. They're attacking the northern end, or the winery end of the ground as Mick Malthouse knows it. From the throw in, McInerney slaps it down. Sheasel gets it back for North, kicks around this broadcast wing, trying to find a marker. Payne can't take the mark. Allows North in momentarily, but going back in is Payne to pick it up. And we'll get a ball up here on the point, the attacking point of the square for North Melbourne. Haven't really attacked in this quarter yet. Brisbane lead by 9 points as it stands at the moment.
Only been inside 50 on 2 occasions, Kangaroos. He's their third.
Now 3, Shields, shallow entry. Brisbane's going to repel. Bailey's got it, received from Coleman. Goes out to the eastern side of the ground into the path of Charlie Cameron. He's got some space if the ball will sit up, and eventually does. He looks at Mackay and says, well, you're no challenge to me.
I
Looks
thought
back
he was going to take him on, Crossy. I wanted him to.
He wanted to, didn't he? He didn't know. He bailed out on it.
Gave it to Ashcroft short, who was slightly behind him. And Ashcroft goes to the logo on centre wing to Bailey. This is what Brisbane do so well. Moves it quickly down. Now Cameron on the run, receives a handball from Rayner into the forward pocket. McCarthy forces it to ground, but Sheasel is awarded the mark. He stopped it, said the umpire. So in the left back pocket for the Kangaroos, it'll be Sheasel. He's called to play on now. He moves sideways slightly. Down the line he goes. Intercept mark for Payne for Brisbane. And they'll attack again.
Cameron's wrapped that McDonald's sitting on the bench, let me tell you.
So here goes Payne. Into the pocket for Brisbane. Looking for Hipwood in front low. Brings it down. Zeeble dribbles a kick away. Going in hard and low. There is Neil. Comes out towards Danaher. Flying snap on goal. Bouncing ball. Right on the last line. It's gathered there by Shields. Clear and kick. But Andrews, he goes up and intercept marks for Brisbane. 55 out from their attacking goal.
Well, that was 3-on-1, Ben. So the ball coming out to Larky. He had no open marking that. Good work by Brisbane to, one, take the mark and now deliver the ball into a player that was free.
So Berry with the mark set right on the paint to 50. He'll elect to just set it up towards a warmish sort of spot. McCarthy launches at the fall of the ball, though. Shields for North. Off to Zeeble and a clearing kick to the eastern wing.
Out there the run for the ball. Comben trailing Payne towards the boundary line. And it's eventually taken over. Jack Payne was quite happy with that for Brisbane. North Melbourne, I'm sure, they're happy to reset. Just slightly defensive side of centre wing for the Kangaroos.
It was heavily uncontested in favour of the Kangaroos. It was 57-50 Brisbane, or Kangaroos at half time. Now the uncontested, it's 91-68.
Yeah.
Too easy, and 20 marks to 3 in favour of Brisbane this quarter alone.
As Sheasel comes away for the Kangaroos, gives it to the ruckman Goldstein. He marked and played on to Cunnington. His kick was awful to half forward. Intercept marked by Starcevic. Quickly to Coleman inside the square for Brisbane. They go out towards the eastern, side of the square, the outer side. And it's marked by Bailey. And his man on the mark was on the logo on centre wing. He decides to go long and high down to half forward. North Melbourne, plenty of defence there, and they punch it towards the boundary line. Just inside the boundary line, Joyce picked it up. Wasn't a great hand pass. It was picked up by Goldstein in the tackle, forced to release a hand pass as well. Goldstein in game number 299. So a big celebration, hopefully, for him next week.
Incredible. Yeah, great milestone for the big man.
If he didn't miss round one, it would have been today, and I think it'll be more fitting next week. And as good as today is, as Howe snaps around the wing and it tumbles out of play, thrown on the wing.
That's like Gold Coast away next week.
Maybe not.
just look at the North Melbourne forward line. It's completely skew width compared to what it was in the first quarter. They're allowing, well, they've got structure now, but they haven't had structure. That's why the ball's been repelled so often.
Emerging with the footy, Neil on the wing for Brisbane. Comes infield with his kick. It's a good one. The Irishman McKenna chips into the bullseye in the middle of the ground. Rayner stabs a pass over the top, trying to find McCarthy. Gathers on the bounce with class. Kicks inside 50. Hipwood again out the back. He marks in the left forward pocket. Close to the boundary line. About 5 metres in. This will be a tough kick with the left foot up.
I think this is where Kangaroos are getting caught, Mick, aren't they? So they're getting the football. They're turning it over. They're out of position. They haven't got time to actually get back, and Brisbane have got players over the back and looking way too easy.
I'm looking at a 5-goal difference. It's only 1 goal. It's quite extraordinary that Brisbane have dominated and they lead by 9 points. And that's good for North Melbourne because they can only get better than what they're playing.
They need to take some toll. Here's Hipwood. He threads it from the pocket with the drop punt. He's got 3. Brisbane have 3 in a row. And finally, they take some toll, as I mentioned. 8-4-52, plays 6-1-37. We've got 8 minutes to play in this second term.
Well, the only takeout for me at the moment for the Kangaroos is just, to your point, Mick, how well they're defending at the moment. 26-4 marks in favour of Brisbane this quarter alone. 11 inside 50s to 3 for 3-goal 3, and the margin is just sitting at the moment of a couple of goals. So they're lucky to be in it, the Kangas.
They've had half the possessions this quarter, and we have virtually gone well over half.
Got 8 minutes to go.
And you're telling me that Simpkin was on the bench. I hope he's still not there.
Yep.
He is. So he's a catalyst. So we've got we've got Greenwood warming up. That's not a good sign. So I just hope that Simpkin's okay. I don't know what's wrong with him, but they need him out there because he's a ball getter and a talented ball getter at that.
Hugh Greenwood, the sub, just tentative warming up, I think you'd call it. He was just in the early stages at the moment. So back in the middle, Brisbane will get the break again. Dunkley and Ashcroft involved. And then down to half forward, Danaher with the mark. 60 from goal, wheels around on the left foot, keeps it low and hard, and doesn't make it all the way to his target. It was Core with the intercept mark. Now he's called to play on. So he goes from the left to the right back pocket, drops it in for Scott. He backs up, just takes his time, about 35 around from goal. He drops it in short. It was too short. Turnover, straight away, Berry, snap, goal for Brisbane. Well, it was McCluggage, by the looks of it. It was alert on the mark. Or it wasn't a mark, as it turns out. It was too short the pass. And straight away, McCluggage with the tackle forced the turnover. Great snap by Berry. Brisbane now getting reward for effort. 9 goals, 4-58. North Melbourne, 6-1, 37. And we're approaching time on in this second term.
Yeah. You said that, Crossy, about reward. It's right, because the amount of pressure that Brisbane have been able to apply right around the ground, in the air, stoppages, they've just dominated the whole lot. There's not one area that, and I know what you said right about they've held up on the back line, but it's only been a few shots on goal that probably haven't seen this blow right out. So North have got to regather, get their senior players up, even if it means holding the ball up a little bit, get it in their forward line.
Kick the last for Brisbane. Zurhaar in the middle receives the tap from Goldstein. Gets a handball away towards Shields. It spills back to Zurhaar. Kicks inside attacking 50. Coming out Andrews in front of his opponent Comben. Takes the defensive mark for Brisbane. Sweeps a handball away to Joyce. Chips it short. Poor kick. Howe bobs up right in front of Ashcroft. And he marks for North. 70 from goal. So he sets it up to the pocket. Larkey's there. Andrews as well. He goes up and high points it again, the Brisbane defender and their co-captain. They lead by 21 points. We've played 20 minutes here in this second term.
5 inside 50s to the Kangaroos, and you've had 3 defensive marks by 2 of their tools, Brisbane, when it's gone inside.
Andrews kept it out on the eastern side of the ground. There was a big attempt by Danaher. It was off hands to Neal. Scrambles the ball towards half forward. Follows up and kicks the ball forward again off the ground. McCarthy's there inside 50. Keeps the ball low. Or rather, McCluggage near the goal square. Snaps across the body. Under a little bit of pressure for the minor score. But Brisbane transitioned brilliant. And they extend their lead to 22 points. We're into time on in the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, Sheasel's kick in is really poor. He's kicked it to his opposite number 3. And Danaher bobs up and takes the mark about 40 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, without being unkind, he's a young player playing his first year of football, his 6th game or 5th game. He summed up, saw his teammate, but the agility of a Danaher or a Hipworth or any of those players is going to get there.
So a gift from Sheasel to Danaher, and he misses to the right-hand side. Behind.
This kid won't make the same mistake twice.
No.
Yeah, he'll probably kick it straight to Danaher again.
He's quick between the ears. Zeeble says, I'll take the kick in this time.
23 points at the moment, 4-5. Brisbane could have popped this beyond doubt.
Absolutely.
With still a couple of minutes remaining in the second quarter.
So, as expected, Zeeble finds somebody and they're able to get it towards centre wing off Larkey's hands. Ball comes to ground. Brisbane 2-on-1 at ground level. It's been the story of this second term. They've added 4 goals,
he's
5.
In trouble here, Crossy. Simpkin, he's done a shoulder or something like that in that tackle.
Right.
In the contest, he's just come straight to the boundary line and said, I want to get off.
Comes off hands to Zurhaar. His hand pass out the back didn't serve McDonald well. He's still bouncing it in front of him off the ball. There's been an incident down the ground involving Larkey on Joyce, and it'll be Larkey the offender. Brisbane gets a turnover free kick, and McCarthy immediately goes long off the right foot, and out the back Danaher takes a strong mark, 20 out straight in front. Oh dear, bad mistakes.
It's costly, isn't it, too? You just can't afford. I mean, it's a tough game and the pressure's there. You need to be clean when you get hold of the football, both by hand or foot, but your ability to do that in the middle of the ground or give away a silly free, it'll go straight back over your head as quickly as it should. And here we are, Joe Danaher lining up. He's got 2 in this quarter. Shouldn't miss this. Oh.
He's made the goal umpire do a fair amount of work, but nevertheless it's 4.5 for Joe Danaher and Brisbane making things count again. 10 goals, 66 on the board to stationary North Melbourne, 6-1-37, Grandstand AFL.
Well, I'm going to just ask this question, and I know that we're dealing with a fantastic coach in Clarkson. I am absolutely bewildered why you'd have Ben Mackay off the ground when Brisbane have got their 2 big tools. You do not exhaust yourself by playing key back. Let me tell you, you do not exhaust yourself. There's no need to come to the bench because this rotation's got to see you go off. No, rotate your mids, rotate your high forwards and even your high backs. But Mackay, he's got height, he's got body weight. He should have been out there.
McInerney takes it out of the ruck. His kick away towards Howe, who gets it back for North. His kick, though, a turnover. Mark taken by Neil, still inside the centre square, goes short to Zorko.
40 more disposals in this quarter alone, Brisbane, as they keep moving the footy forward here.
Zorko goes short to Dunkley. Handball out towards Payne, who kicks long into the pocket. Big fly from Cameron. Staying down. Fort comes up with it. They all went up around him. Darcy Fort kept his feet planted. And he takes the mark, 25 metres out, 45-degree angle, right-hand side. He's missed a couple of easy ones. Maybe the difficult kick will give a different result.
Further than that, the Kangaroos, Larkey, Simpton, Stevenson, Mackay, Logue, Turner have not touched the football in this quarter for the Kangaroos.
A couple of misses for Darcy Ford. And another one. I was hoping for third time a charm, but he missed across the face, missed a lot out of bounds on the full.
Just give him a bit of practice there, Ben. That's all he's doing, giving the goal kicker or the fullback a bit of practice.
He's hurt his reputation because I think he had 12-1 last year from memory. So they've worked it to Davies Uniacke, North Melbourne, still inside defensive 50. So they've worked it from the right back pocket across to the left back flank.
And North have got their spare behind the ball, so North are just reluctant to kick the football in an outnumbered position, so they're just going up the line, and that's just playing in the hands of Brisbane time and time and time again.
That time it was Tucker. He kicked long towards centre wing, and Harris Andrews came over the top. He was disappointed with himself for not picking off the mark. It went over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in out there. People all rugged up. It is a cool afternoon at Mount Barker, but gee, it's good to watch.
5-5 this quarter, Brisbane to 1 goal, and that 1 goal was Will Phillips, I think. Crossy, you could tell me what in the first minute or two of this quarter?
Yeah, it was.
That's right.
1 minute in. Yep. Kicked the last 5. The Brisbane Lions all of a sudden. Cunnington emerges with the football, kicks towards half forward. Curtis Taylor coming up at it. Power roving, gives it off to Phillips. He'll kick long towards Larkey. Goes to ground with Darragh Joyce. Foot race on, getting back. Harris Andrews looked like he would have liked to have rushed it. Not enough pressure, so he stops. Props, kicks to Rich. Arriving late. Spoiled away there by Davies Uniacke, then picked up by Starcevic. He kicks it out of bounds on the full. And they'll get it back. Here will North. Listening on the Nullarbor to the exciting game in Mount Barker on the SMS line.
Couldn't be any different, could there? Nullarbor to the Hills in Adelaide.
Good to have you with us.
Drive carefully.
Howe in game number 100 with the free kick, 50 out, sets it up, 20 from goal. Oh, Coleman. He got rid of his man and Taylor and then put one hand up and took a mark. Across the goal face he goes.
That was Alistair Clarkson. I'll be having a chat to Larkey. The last couple of inside 50s, he's just found himself on the deck on both occasions. You're a big man, impose yourself and get onto the football.
Andrews took the mark, reversed the play, straight across the ground. Now it's Coleman receiving from Wilmot. Outside 50, he's got runner out there. It's Zorko. He's got support as well. Dunkley thought about a hand pass back to Zorko. Instead went down to half forward. Good kick. Bailey takes the mark ahead of McDonald for North Melbourne. Right half forward for Brisbane. Bailey goes over the top. Zorko's run on. Just inside 50. Takes the mark. Decides to air it out. Send it long. And coming back with a fly to the ball. Magnificent mark taken by Logue. Great defensive mark for the Kangaroos.
That poor kick, wasn't it? Just that last one inside 50.
Goes short. Logue across the face of goal. Ryan Scott, who goes short to Zeeble, socks up.
So Zeeble looks up, and all he can see is Andrews. Andrews straight up the line. North are going to make the switch and run the ball. Brisbane, when they've been beaten by sides that run the footy. When you structure up, Andrews just sits there and marks or spoils everything.
They lead by 29 at the moment, North. Kick towards the wing. Phillips going after it with Ridge for company. Emerging with it is Phillips. Handball to Comben, to Zurha, trying to paddle it. To Powell, to Cunnington. Out the back is Curtis Taylor. Backpedaling. He marks 40 out. He's put down at the end by Wilmot. The umpire says just go back and take your kick.
So they were hanging on to the football around the wing area. A couple of handballs. Curtis Taylor was all on his own for quite some time. I think the back half just allowed him that space, thinking they'd have enough time to get to him. Darcy Wilmot wasn't able to do that. Don't they need this?
Curtis Taylor, he emerged last year, played every game for North Melbourne. Crosses the digits on the 50. That's the angle. Comes in. The drop punt is good. And boy, did North need that. They end a run of 5 consecutive goals for Brisbane. And they bring it back to a 23-point ball game. They move along to 7-1-43. Brisbane 10-6-66, right on the stroke of half-time.
2 goals in this quarter, the first one in the first minute and their second in the last minute of this second quarter. They just haven't looked like scoring. You have a look at Zurha's hardly touched it. Larkey up forward hasn't had a touch either too. Just the smaller players of the Kangaroos, they've just found most of their time either in the middle of the ground or across their half-back line with the amount of inside 50s in this quarter, 16-8 in favour of Brisbane for a 5-goal, 5 return.
Well, we have to be something special to see another score before half-time. Out of the middle, it'll be Cunnington to get the clearance for North Melbourne. If they can take a mark, no. Won't be time. Larkey flew. The ball punched to the front. And so at half-time, the scoreline reads Brisbane 10-6-66, taking over in the second term. North Melbourne 5-1-43. 5 goals to 2 for the Lions in the second term. And at half-time, Joe Danaher has 4 goals. Hipwood 3, Wilmot, McCluggage and Berry with 1 each for the Lions. And for North Melbourne, it's Stevenson with 2, Sheasel, Powell, Larkey, Phillips and Taylor all with 1 each. Half-time brings us to an interesting contest it became in the second quarter with the Lions taking over. And as you said, Rod, first goal and last goal to North Melbourne bookended the 5 goals for the Lions.
Oh, it could have been a real blowout margin at the moment. The Brisbane just all over them. It's I think Al Clarkson, I'm not quite sure where to actually start. You've got to get the hands on the football, and Kangaroos certainly weren't able to do that. 40-odd, 50-odd more possessions in a quarter of football. The tools, when you have a look at Darcy Fort, Joe Danaher, 3 goals in that quarter. Eric Hipwood, 1 in that quarter. Darcy Fort taking 2 or 3 really strong marks. 2 behinds and 1 out in the full. And the smaller players in Charlie Cameron, who hasn't had a lot of the football at the moment too, always dangerous. Cam Rain has only had the 6 disposals up forward. So there's still the improvement there from Brisbane, but Mick, it was just all Brisbane in that first half, wasn't it?
Well, it was, Rod. And when you look at the stats, and I know stats can be misleading, but these definitely aren't. Neil, Dunkley, Zorko, Ashcroft, McCluggage and Bailey are their top 6 possession getters. All mids, all players that high forwards when they're not mids. They're the ones you want with the football in the hand. And of course, a 4 jumps up and kicks. The two tall forwards kick 4 goals for the quarter. Then you look at Sheasel, back full, half-back, Cunnington, mid, Simpkin, probably their best mid, but now off the ground. That's it. So it's what happens at the core, what happens in the middle, what happens at the stoppages. If you can win those, then you've got a chance. If you halve them, okay, you've got to make sure defensively you've got a good structure in front, and do not lose your style. At the moment, North Melbourne went from being very, very good offensively, and I thought they were okay defensively. Now their forward line structure has just fallen apart because they've allowed Brisbane with the extra 1, and they're running that ball out. Larkey's not marking it. Well, he's not going to mark a lot against who's their key backs?
Payne or Andrews.
Yeah. Payne or Andrews. But if he leads up the ground, he then opens it up so that because you're going to drag one of those big tall players out of the ground. But at the moment, I don't know if he's feeling sorry for himself. I know he got injured a couple of weeks ago, so perhaps he's still got the effects of that, but he's not moving anywhere near like he did in the first 2 or 3 weeks. As a consequence, they're under pressure, and their back line, I know that the needle went straight into Danaher a couple of weeks ago about let's not be so happy about your performance, let's start to be serious about your performances. And from that day, last week was very, very good, today excellent. The question was, can they work together? Well, they've worked so far together. They've kicked 7 goals between them, and that is working together. It's particularly with the fact that Cameron's now only got possessions when McDonald was off the ground. So really, it's been a very good performance by Brisbane, and one poor quarter from North. Still a half to go though.
Todd Goldstein's doing all he can in the middle of the ground and around the ground. It's 21-19 hit-outs. The clearance is 21-18 in favour of the Kangaroos. Centre clearance is in favour of Brisbane, but the stoppages, Kangaroos are getting their hand on the football, but once they get it forward, the defence, you've highlighted too, just up forward, the Kangaroos big men or even smalls aren't doing enough and being in front. And we've had 3 defensive marks to the Brisbane defenders, Harris Andrews and Payne, against their key forwards. And then a distinct change in what was different from the Kangaroos in the first quarter, Brisbane in that quarter. Across the middle of the ground particularly, Brisbane just went long and they just hit their big key targets. You know, in Danaher, and we saw Darcy Fort, we spoke about that at Hipwood. So you've highlighted, the key ball winners for Brisbane that just continue to get it. But that quarter alone, Ben, the Kangaroos could not get their hands on the football, get their football forward, and when they did, there were some critical turnovers which allowed Brisbane to go back in.
We're in the area of wineries and distilleries, so to distill all of that down, basically they were whacked around the football at its absolute core, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, Ben, if you lose the game, there's a stop on the way. The bus can stop and make you feel a lot better.
Or 3
you only
or 4
get
stops.
that. I'm very reliably informed, Mick, that when you were the coach of the West Coast Eagles, you would let the boys have a tipple on the flight home, but only if they won.
No, that's incorrect. They got nothing.
I'm unreliably informed.
They got nothing from me, and I would never let them drink. Once the plane parked itself on the tarmac, Ben, I'm not their parent. So what happened from there? You just relied on them to be adults. Some were, most were.
Guidelines less than rules.
Well, don't have rules because they get broken.
Yeah. Malcolm Blight used to speak about, Jammer, you'll be able to talk to this. He had ish. So he'd say, look, the curfew's midnight-ish.
12-ish.
So if you were 12, 15, that's okay. It gives him a little bit of wiggle room.
I remember, I think we had a good win against West Coast one particular year, which didn't always happen, Mick. I don't know if you weren't the coach at the time.
Couldn't have been.
No. But what actually happened, I think it was about 2-ish. I came in, I think Malcolm Blight might have been doing a leg spinner with a cookie and a glass of red wine, actually. So it... from time to time it happened, and the 24-hour rule would apply, either at home or away. But, so it was always around 12-ish.
Well, it would be terrible if the bus broke down up around here, wouldn't it? You'd have to get out and you'd have to go and find some, a place to settle in.
You haven't sabotaged our big red ABC car that you and I drove up here, have you, Mick?
The one that's got the knife in the back tyre.
Yeah. We might be hanging around this afternoon just to check everything out up here. How many of the 61 wineries in the vicinity do you think we can check in on, Mick?
Well, one thing for sure, Ben, I do not want to be trying any more of their sausages. Feeding them. It's still sitting here.
Still full.
And this room's not big enough because I know what you're like with that cabbage.
Yeah, there was a lot of the German cabbage on the plate this morning for Mick and I.
I'm appreciative the door is open.
So am I. Lots of texts coming in. Now, this was shortly after, judging by the time of this SMS, after Phillips kicked the goal. Great footy North, go Toddy. That's from Jan. So shortly after that, they kicked 5 on the bounce, Brisbane. Bill says, how often is in Tasmania to North and the Lions play? Is that a good guide for here? It's a similar sort of vibe, but less of a built-up arena than we get at Bellerive or down at York Park.
Oh, absolutely. It's
more authentic.
Well, if you're not watching on TV, you look out and you see the portable grandstands all the way around the ground, and right behind that are paddocks, and there's trees, and there's a couple of, it looks like it would have been an old volcano at the back. It's got the big core in the middle, many millions of years ago, but it's a beautiful outlook. And to the left of us, that if it was volcanic soil, it looks like dark volcanic soil. You've got this beautiful, wine, well, I don't know if it's a winery, but certainly vineyard. It's just their most outstanding settle. You could not want anything better than next year, if it's back in South Australia, to come up here, and I believe there might be a game played in the Barossa Valley, if there's going to be a ground up there.
I think they're preparing that now, Mick, for next year.
See, that's why, Ryan, I'm suggesting that it should be in South Australia, because if they've done this in this across, you were saying last year or this summer you were playing cricket on this ground.
Last summer,
and they wouldn't have known about the game. No. So all of a sudden you look at this ground and you think that this ground is in absolute perfect nick. There's kids out there having doing their Oz kick and so forth. It's what I can see from here. It's a beautiful length. It's a great football length ground and width.
Similar size to the MCG.
Yeah, the width is definitely. I'm not sure the length of, but it'd be pretty close.
Well, that's 50. It's 150. It's probably about 160. I would say about 161, 62 metres long. That's ample. We're going to, you're going to have the portals brought back here again if the game's up here. This where we are, as far as this box here is better than the MCG, better than
SCG particularly, better than that.
SCG, they got one up there, have they?
Oh yeah, it's a tiny little box up there where you actually got to
The good news is,
have a look.
The good news is, Mick, you and I, as well as Jamo and also Crossy, we're Mount Barker specialists, track specialists. So we'll be back next year. We'll be better equipped with the timings of when we depart. We'll know how long it takes and how much time we need.
Do you know who puts us on, mate? There's a bloke behind you called Tim. Tim Burrell. Now, if you don't kind to him by leaving a bottle of wine, I'm sure that we may get another Guernsey on this.
Hang on. We've gone up from a jar of jam to now a bottle of wine.
Well, you might as well have 6 or 12. You can't just have one.
It is a beautiful scene out here at Mount Barker, as Mick beautifully described, with the rolling hills, the trees. It's a venue that, as I've said a couple of times, would be replicated around the country in regional centres, with the regional grassroots very much a lifeblood of our great game, which has grown up and become an industry all of its own. It is half-time. It is Brisbane Lions who are leading comfortably at the half as it stands. They keep 5-2 in that second term. They all came unanswered in between, bookended by 2 North Melbourne goals to start and finish that term. So at half-time, 10-6-66, the Brisbane Lions lead North Melbourne 7-1-43. Time for us to pause and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. A Sydney man charged with selling information about Australian defence and security secrets to spies remains in custody. Alexander Sergo was arrested in Bondi yesterday following a joint ASIO and counter-foreign interference task force investigation. Federal police allege after 2 foreign intelligence officers offered the 55-year-old payment, he compiled reports for them about national security. He's faced Parramatta local court via video link, with the matter adjourned until Monday. A 21-year-old US National Guardsman has appeared in court in Boston, accused of leaking highly sensitive military intelligence documents. Jack Teixeira was charged with 2 counts related to the unauthorized removal, retention and transmission of classified documents and materials. Former federal prosecutor Mark Chutko says the case is very serious because the leaks concern current world issues.
What makes this case harmful and more significant is that the real-time nature of the information. This potentially reveals sources and methods of intelligence gathering of the United States. It provides information to the Russians, munitions and other battlefield tactics of Ukraine and supply of Ukraine by other countries.
Montana's become the first US state to pass a total ban on the social media app TikTok. The BBC's Bernadette Keogh has more.
This is the most significant step so far by a state to restrict TikTok over perceived security concerns. Under the law, Apple and Google would have to remove TikTok from their app stores. More than half of US states have clamped down on TikTok in some fashion, and it's already banned on government devices in the US, Canada and several European countries. TikTok has hinted at potential legal action to oppose the bill, describing it as egregious government overreach. it denies accusations that it's a tool of the Chinese Communist Party by passing users' data onto the authorities in Beijing.
Former US Vice President Mike Pence has been loudly booed at a gun rights rally in Indiana. Mr. Pence has addressed the NRA meeting, looking to paint himself as an ardent supporter of gun rights. He's joked to the crowd that he loves them too as boos rang out. Many at the gathering were supporters of former President Donald Trump, who have soured on Mr. Pence after he refused to back false claims the 2020 presidential election was stolen. A man charged with the stabbing murder of a paramedic in Sydney remains in custody after facing court. Leah Harris with the details.
21-year-old Jordan Finianganofo did not apply for bail in Parramatta Bail Court this morning, and it was formally refused until his case returns to court on June the 28th. He's accused of fatally stabbing a 29-year-old rookie paramedic outside a McDonald's in Campbelltown yesterday. The paramedic was sitting in the ambulance with a colleague on a break after a night shift before the alleged unprovoked attack. Finianganofo's lawyer, Javed Faze, told media outside court his client is being treated for mental health issues.
The father of the 3 Beaumont children who went missing in Adelaide in the 1960s has died at the age of 97. Candice Prosser reports.
The disappearance of Jane, Anna and Grant Beaumont became one of Australia's most notorious unsolved mysteries. The children, aged 4, 7 and 9, never returned home from Glenelg Beach on Australia Day 1966. Despite detectives working on the case for decades, the crime has never been solved. A funeral notice published today says Grant Alfred Beaumont, loved father of Jane, Anna and Grant, has been reunited in heaven. He died on the 9th of April, aged 97.
Locals in Melbourne's northwest have gathered to call on the federal government to reject a proposed third runway for Melbourne Airport. Margaret Paul is there.
About 200 locals are protesting at the Old Shire Hall at Keilor, and dozens more have spilled out onto the street. They're worried about the environmental, health and noise impacts of a third runway planned for Melbourne Airport. Brimbank Councillor Virginia Tarkos told the protest the council's opposed to the third runway and wants the airport to release its health assessment. The Federal Environment Department is assessing the proposal. The airport says it needs the third runway to cater for increasing passenger numbers.
And the Victorian government has announced that the Avalon Airport precinct will be the home of the state's proposed new home of motorsport. The Andrews government will spend $1.6 million to help with the design and planning of the track configuration, which will cater for grassroots competition and elite events. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. You can get more news at any time. Just download the ABC Listen app.
Well, it's not a normal cafe.
We specialise in the milk of the platypus.
Auntie Donna have millions of views. Now the superstars of socials have an ABC TV show and a cafe.
Here's your sandwich, you dingus.
And more celebrity cameos than latte flavours.
Doesn't that sound silly?
Pretty silly to me, Rake.
Auntie Donna's Coffee Cafe. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
You're listening to the AFL Gather Round.
Grandstand AFL.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
McKenna chips into the bullseye in the middle of the ground. Rayner stabs a pass over the top, trying to find McCarthy. Gathers on the bounce with class. Kicks inside 50. Hipwood again out the back. He marks in the left forward pocket. Here's Hipwood. He threads it from the pocket with the drop punt. He's got 3. Brisbane have 3 in a row.
Scott, he backs up, just takes his time, about 35 around from goal. He drops it in short. It was too short. Turnover, straight away, Berry, snap, goal for Brisbane. Off the ball, there's been an incident down the ground involving Larkey on Joyce, and it'll be Larkey the offender. Brisbane gets a turnover free kick, and McCarthy immediately goes long off the right foot, and out the back Danaher takes a strong mark, 20 out straight in front. Oh dear. He's made the goal umpire do a fair amount of work, but nevertheless it's 4.5 for Joe Danaher.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at the picturesque Mount Barker with the Brisbane Lions leading comfortably by 23 points over North Melbourne. It's a regional setting And we've got some temporary grandstands. We've got lots of fans on the banks, on the edge of the ground, watching, taking in all of the action. Rolling hills to the north and wineries surrounding us for what is the regional representation here in Gather Round. Ben Cameron alongside Neil Cross bringing you all of the action. Your voice via SMS on 0437 774 774. Just looking out at North Melbourne, who are quickly out on the ground. Hugh Greenwood looked as if he was doing some warm-up, so we might have the sub-activation
they have
very soon, Jamo.
Yep, they've triggered that. So Jai Simpkin looks like he's out for the rest of the game. Not quite sure, but it's certainly like either a right shoulder or right arm injury. He's just down here in front of us now. He's got the jacket on. And he got a fair bit of the football in the first quarter, not so much in the second because he was on and off the bench. But Hugh Greenwood probably gives him something else in the middle of the ground, a big body and a tackling machine. Doesn't get a whole lot of it or get the football forward, but they need to win it a bit more there to get it forward.
One thing I do love about regional, country, community venues, so often you can hear the coach at halftime. I don't want to go as far as saying berating his team, but I just wonder if you walk past the North Melbourne change rooms here at halftime, you might have heard Alistair Clarkson imploring his team to maybe win a little more of the football. Mick and Jamo.
You're not allowed to do it anymore. They cry. I've been told that players get very upset with that, Benny. So you've just got to now bite your tongue and just...
How would you like to get a bit more of the football, please, Mick? Is that the approach now?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Look, I don't want to call them all sookie lalas because if you do that, they look at you and think you're strange. But you've got to get a good balance, Benny. As we said, coming down here, I had to berate you a couple of times on the slowness of driving.
And I just kept going, didn't I, Mick? I'm very different to the rest of my Gen Y brethren. I just ploughed on.
You did, but when we got to a cafe and I said, no, we're not stopping, he said, yes, we are, because we don't want to be late. We're only 3 hours early. And he made me eat those sausages. So, anyway, let's look forward to the game. But I reckon there would have been a bit of activity in the North Melbourne rooms.
Yeah.
Brisbane
probably pleading, I reckon.
Brisbane by 23 points as the second half gets underway here with Neil Cross.
Come back to the Benny and Mick travels as we move on. Maybe that's a podcast coming up. Out of the centre, it'll be a free kick for Brisbane. And McInerney got the free kick. Handball off to Neil, who's already seen a lot of it in the first half. Long with his kick at the front. It just came loose and it went to Bailey and he snaps off the left foot for the minor score to open the second half for Brisbane. They move out to a 24-point lead.
Lockie Neal, again out of the middle. 23 or 22 disposals in that first half.
Zeeble taking the kicking, goes up the middle. And a good mark from Greenwood. Strong overhead, the sub into the game. Making a nice mark. Come back to that podcast series in a moment. As Sheasel receives it from Greenwood, stabs it short to Shields.
Could be a little series.
We covered some ground, didn't we, Mick? We had coaching philosophies covered. We had players from the 90s. We had it all as Shields kicks north towards half forward.
What's your coaching philosophy, Ben?
I was asking Mick the questions. I didn't provide any philosophies. Power goes long inside 50. Coming up, Comben. Strong mark for North. 40 metres out. He's got it, and he'll kick on goal at the northern end of the ground here for North Melbourne.
Big test here. That breeze is just seems to have picked up, and again it's going from left to right from where we are. He's going to have to aim for the left-hand goalpost and really kick through the ball because there's nothing to stop this breeze behind the goals. Left to right, left-hand goalpost.
Comben comes in, 45 metres out. He drills it on goal. It's across the face. It was aided slightly by the breeze, but not enough. Behind to start for North. There's 7-2-44. Brisbane 10-7-67, 90 seconds into the third term.
And Charlie's second behind of this game marks inside 50 in the first half, 11-4. So the first one for the Kangaroos.
So Brisbane moves it quickly out to the eastern side of the ground and out of bounds it is. McInerney will go against Goldstein. Goldstein had the better of him in the first half. McInerney gets the better of that contest. One tap and then two, sends it about 10 metres forward. On the ground, Neil released it back for Rich in his return game. Hasn't been at his best this afternoon, hasn't needed to be. He'll get a free kick there though. It was a high tackle, said the umpire. Hugh Greenwood looks at the umpire questioningly. So just behind centre wing. Out there for Brisbane. Rich takes it and kicks long towards half forward. McInerney comes to the front, tries to tap it down without success.
It's into the stand, out on the full.
Someone's taken it cleanly over the stand. There's a big round of applause, bigger than the last mark it was taken on the ground.
Lachie Neale again, another touch.
One of the South Aussies out there for Brisbane today tries to weight his kick, doesn't find its target. Berry just gets it on the boot. Rayner can't quite gather. Attacking it hard, McDonald. Then Logue picks it up, loses it in a tackle. McDonald goes and gets it again. Handball to Tucker, to Cunnington, to Davies Uniacke. He'll kick into the middle of the ground, and Larkey can mark for North.
Plays on quickly with the hand pass to Howe. He goes over the top of the hand pass to Davies Uniacke. Just escapes Zorko's tackle. Bailey comes it in. He's forced to release it. Picked up by Fort for Brisbane. Straight away to Cameron. Out the back is Danaher. And he'll run into an open goal. And he'll kick his 5th of the afternoon. Brisbane with the turnover in the midfield. And it was a crisis for North Melbourne that they couldn't handle. And Brisbane streaks away. Another goal, 11-7. 73 on the board to North Melbourne, 7-2-44.
Yeah, just watching McDonald, Luke McDonald, one of the leaders. He's played a vital role in holding Cameron, but he's just nominated to his teammates, get the ball forward, because there was too much indecision for a start off, and then the hand passes weren't to the calibre of being able to protect the ball against the Brisbane attacking or defence, if you like. Once you lose your ball there, your players have already moved forward, and as it turned out, Danaher's 50 yards behind yourself, so it's all over. You get that ball forward and put some pressure back on Brisbane.
McInerney slaps it down, onto it Neale, gives it to Berry. Berry hooks the lines back in the Danaher direction. Can't mark, lands on his feet. McDonald gets back, halves the contest to save the day. We'll get a ball up.
The damn ball's almost ready to burst, isn't it? 29 points, kicking into that slight breeze. Brisbane and looking dangerous already. Inside 50s, 4-1.
Off the ruck contest, free kick will go to Goldstein. He has tried very hard for his side this afternoon. Hand passes it off to Tucker. He was under pressure, got the kick away fairly well.
Got nothing to go here, Crossy.
No, and so that's why it'll be Joyce coming at the ball for Brisbane. Going back hard was Logue and forced the ball across the boundary line. That's actually a win for North Melbourne in that situation.
Oh, look, I just, the courage of Logue then was, he had a look and he saw the Brisbane player coming straight at him. He kept on going, arm in the air, outstanding to spoil that ball.
Umpire spins it back in, swatted away there by McInerney, and back towards the boundary. We'll get another throw in. Lots of text coming in. Hi folks, greetings from Santiago in Spain. Been listening while I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce some of those as Greenwood goes and picks it up.
Food and wine theme over there, I would have thought, Ben, too.
Tackled by Zorko. There's a question here as well on the SMS that says, enjoying mixed wisdom and insight. Speaking of which, are you a Shiraz or Cabernet man, Mick? Loose footy here as Howe's onto it for North, kicks back to the wing. Starcevic takes the mark for Brisbane, kicks infield and finds Bailey. They lead comfortably by 29.
Shiraz for me.
What about you, Mick?
No, whatever's the best place with the best food.
Meanwhile, Bailey's gone in short to Rich, who unloads with a big kick, and Danaher virtually skirted the pack and took it on his chest. And he's only 25 metres out with a slight angle to work with.
Well, I was just watching Ben Mackay then, and I've got to say, he was flat-footed for a start-off. Now, Danaher's having a day out, clearly. He's got his confidence right up, but you don't allow a player to run onto the football, particularly with the breeze going across the ground, because it's going to travel a bit further to the left.
So Danaher comes in, and he's shanked it. He knew it off the boot. The drop wasn't right. Away for the minor scores. Eagle brings back the ball into play immediately, short to Logue. So Brisbane with a 30-point lead.
Logue goes up the middle dangerously. It just finds the chest of Cunnington. Marks at centre half back for North.
Saw Harry Sheezel on the bench getting his, I think, left thumb strapped.
There go North trying to go up the middle. They turn it over. Handball from Curtis Taylor, chopped off. Berry sweeps a handball out in front of McKenna. The Irishman goes towards Joe again. He jumps early, and on the way down, he drags it in the left forward pocket.
I've got a theory, Ben.
What?
He's a country boy, and he's just absolutely revelling in being back in the bush.
Lived semi-rural when he lived in Melbourne. Wanted the space, likes the country lifestyle, and it's working for him, isn't it, Mick?
Well, that's a great mark. Just watching that, he went early and held his player away. Just beautifully done.
The smell of the barbecue at the southern end.
45 out. Joe's kick is across the face. It'll go to the goal line. Loose footy in the goal square. Zeeble slaps it through. They'll get rid of that. 31 points Brisbane's advantage. 11-9 plays 7-2 here on Grandstand AFL.
8 minutes into the third quarter. Ball comes to McDonald after a short kick to Scott. McDonald receives, goes to centre wing, intercept by Dara Joyce, the Irishman for Brisbane. He goes back short to Ashcroft. Hand passes off. Joyce plays to his strength and goes long. It's over the back, and Danaher will be penalised as Cameron runs in, soccers the ball through the goal, but Danaher was up early, didn't touch the ball, was into the back of his opponent in Mackay.
Is that descent? I mean,
I thought so, Mick.
Oh, they're just turning the ball over. That time it was Cunnington who turned it over for North Melbourne on the rebound from defence, and McKenna takes it.
Kicks into the pocket, going up, trying to mark McCarthy. Can't quite. Wilmot arrives to Rove. Handball back out to McCarthy. His kick will dribble out, and we'll get a throw in deep in the right forward pocket here for the Lions. You know, half-court basketball you play, it's like that at the moment. We're just living Brisbane Lions half.
Yeah. Well, it's not dissimilar to the second quarter. Brisbane had just got hold of the football using it. Kangaroos have, but don't even look like they're going to move forward. There's no chain, there's no support. Turnovers are killing him.
Oh, Wilmot cuts a sway through them, gets it on his left boot, but his snap misses. Another behind for the Lions.
They're missing Simpkin. He's a very, very talented player, Simpkin, and underestimated also. Wins a lot of the hard football, so they'll miss him. It's fallen to Cunnington at the moment. He's given away hand pass and foot passing through the corridor, and just unfortunately giving it up. North's forward line structure needs to be addressed.
Lead by 32 at the moment, Brisbane.
Core short to Davies Uniacke, who now goes long out on that eastern side. It comes off the pack towards the boundary. Picked up by Shields. Well, he couldn't dispose of it with a hand pass because his arm was dragged down by Zorko. He tried to kick it, missed it. Zorko free kick. Now he goes back long towards the forward 50, and wide he went, and Fort comes late on Zeeble, who didn't like the attention, and has some words with Darcy Fort. And Zeeble will just take the free kick outside, just outside defensive 50 for North Melbourne.
And Harry Sheasel here in front of us looks like he's being assessed by the doctors, so they can't afford to go another man down, the Kangas.
The kick back into the corridor is dangerous. The Lions turn it over. Here's Neil spinning, kicking inside 50. Core slaps it away. Tucker roves for North. Gives it off to Stevenson to McDonald, who kicks a spiral towards half forward. Payne goes up, doesn't take the mark. Gets it at ground level, back to Joyce. He'll kick the Lions out towards the wing. High ball, no one can mark it. Davies Uniacke gathers on the second bounce. Sweeps a handball back to Mackay for North, who kicks infield and finds Tucker. Brisbane by 32.
Tucker completes
inside 50s crossy.
Tucker completes the swing to this side of the ground as Scott took it, played on the logo, and then inside half forward with a kick. Stevenson dropped the ball. Lions will come back. Neil picks it up to McCarthy. Inside off the back foot with his hand pass found McKenna. Got it forward to Ashcroft. Beat three, but couldn't get the hand pass clear possible. And it was picked up by Core, who gave it to Scott, who gave it to Phillips, and then Davies Uniacke, and they sweep it wide for Shields. Just on the front end of the centre square, he sends it long to the goal square. Brisbane again had the answer back there, and they repel through Joyce.
He kicks beyond the defensive 50. There's a whistle on the play, a free kick. It's going to go.
Curtis Taylor is the one that's given it away.
Wilmot's going to get the kick.
Yeah, he just gave up ground when he knew he was going to get turned, so he just grabbed hold of the players. Probably a professional free kick, actually. Held it up.
Wilmot goes to the wing. Hipwood contesting. Bailey roving for Brisbane. A little spiral towards half forward. Out the back might be Zorko. Nice gather. Hipwood back leading again. And he'll take the mark. 25 out on a 45-degree angle. And he'll go back to try and put through his fourth.
What chance did the Kangaroos have then? You had Todd Goldstein against Oscar McInerney, Eric Hipwood and Dane Zorko.
Yeah.
And it was ultimately Shields that got there in the end to just hold up Hipwood before he ran into a goal. They just get smashed around the football and not working hard enough to get back.
I think what we're going to be very careful with there too, we're underestimating how good Brisbane can be and how developing North are.
Hipwood's already got 3, looking for his 4th. He comes in and hits the thin part of the post right up at the top. And he can do a little bit of that, Eric Hipwood. So a let off. 11-11, 77 play, 7-2-44, Brisbane lead. 10 minutes to play in the third.
So through the square, they've got it straight away, and it's in the hands of McDonald, and then sweep the wide ball to Howe from Goldstein, and then further wide for Taylor, and Taylor from ahead of centre wing goes high towards the goal square. Comes off hands. It's come out to Stevenson. Chance to snap at goal. He's missed everything, I think. No, he didn't even get it that far. It's in the forward pocket. Comes off hands to Scott. Hand pass back to Shields. Snaps it across the body. And there's a goal for North Melbourne. To say it was badly needed would be a shocking understatement. So North Melbourne finally get one back. It's taken a while in this third term. They've only had the one behind before this. North Melbourne 8-2-50, trailing Brisbane 11-11, 77.
Well earned by North. Really interesting how they brought the ball up. The way they got that goal was from a multitude of hand passes. What happened is in the last, say, half hour, so part of the second quarter and part of this quarter, is North were picked off. This is the only one that's actually got through into their 20-metre zone for a shot on goal. Now, I wouldn't be going there every day of the week because they're going to get picked off again. So kicking is important as well as hand passing.
Greenwood with the clearance for North. His tumbling kick picked off there by Joyce. Second chance AFL footballer from St Kilda across to Brisbane. He kicks laterally and finds a target there in Berry. Jarrett Berry played 23 of a possible 25 games for Brisbane last year. Established himself in their best 22. Kicks around the wing and Mackay comes across. And fisted out a player throwing on the wing. Now, Mick, you know I'm new to Victoria, so if pronunciation's wrong here, I'm not sure. It's meant to be Nang Warren, but it says just driven past Nang Warri on way to Adelaide. Packed house, one of your favourites. Dane Swan is playing there, Mick.
Yeah, well, Swanee plays regularly around the country at this time. I think he's Mount Gambier today, wasn't it? I thought it was Mount Gambier more than anyone else. Just getting back to, we'll just wait for this passage of play, but
Brisbane, as the ball went high, it was McCarthy who was taken to ground. North Melbourne sweep it away. Sheasel was involved, so was Tucker, and then Phillips, and the hand pass finds its way back to Tucker under a lot of pressure from that delivery from Powell, and Brisbane turn it over, and Berry goes back over the top, and there it is again. Hipwood standing by himself in the forward pocket, takes the mark, has a look around, wants a short, wants it desperately, but no. He's forced to hold up. He's 30 metres out, but hard against the boundary line.
Well, Rod, that's that hand pass over hand passing, turnover, and Hipwood hangs back there and gets an easy kick on goal.
Hipwood curls it around and he's got it through. Good finish by the big man. He has 4 to go with Danaher's 5. The key forwards for Brisbane are dominating, and why not? Excellent effort by Brisbane in the second and third quarters in particular. 12-11-83. North Melbourne 8-2-50.
And I would have sworn when you look at Mackay, Logue, Core, they would be highly competitive and make them earn it. And I think they have tried to make it earn it. But the number of easy goals, like Hipwood didn't ever play within 20 metres when he took that mark. Danaher a couple of times like that. It's the turnover ball from North Melbourne that are killing them. They've gone one hand pass too many, haven't carried the football, blind hand passes, gets intercepted, Their players are on the move forward. Comes back, Brisbane in position to kick a goal.
Inside 50s, 41-27. And in this quarter, 12-5.
Fair differential. North Melbourne, after 2 wins to start the season, could be on for 3 consecutive losses. Wilmot kicks Brisbane to full forward. Here's Charlie. There's a holding free kick. Zeeble, the offending party. And Charlie, who's been quiet today, can kick from the top of the goal square and surely add his name to the goal-kicking list for the Lions. He does so nonchalantly. A snap over his shoulder. And the lead is out to 39 points for the Brisbane Lions, and it's starting to replicate their dominance right throughout the afternoon. They move along to 13-11-89. North Melbourne 8-2-50. We've got 7 minutes still to go in this third term.
It's not all about the breeze, but it's certainly favouring the northern end, and they kicked 5 in that first quarter. And they only kicked 2 in the second, and really struggling to trouble the scoreboard with only 1 in the third at the minute. That's keeping him in the game as Brisbane's wayward in front, 3-5, but the margin now getting out a little bit further with still 1 quarter remaining.
Yeah, Rod, the thing is that the most concerning thing is the number of turnovers. North couldn't touch get the football in the second quarter. They're getting it this third quarter, but they're giving it straight back to Brisbane in better position.
Condon out of the middle, turns it over. Neil intercepted, took it away, gave it to McCluggage. Inside half forward looking for Cameron. Cameron fires up. Yes, he was taken over the shoulder. There wasn't much in it, but there was a hand over the shoulder as the knockaway come from McDonald. So 45 out, 45-degree angle for Charlie Cameron. Just a reminder, last season, round 3, they only met once last season. It was at the Gabba, and it was the Gabatoir that night. It was 108 points. Brisbane massacred North Melbourne. You thought they'd improved, but we're heading in that direction again. I don't think it's going to be that sort of blowout. So here's Cameron, and he's just hit it to the line. He's just hit it beyond the line. So another goal for Brisbane. Again, their good work early in the quarter starting to pay off. Cameron's got 2 in the quarter. In fact, the last 2 for Brisbane. They've got 4 for the quarter to just 1 from North Melbourne. So it's Brisbane 14-11-95, North Melbourne 8-2-50.
No, Crossy, that's not beyond the way this game has gone. It's only the first quarter when we had a 5-goal each quarter. From there on, this has been a domination by Brisbane, not necessarily on the scoreboard, although that effect is now taking place. The biggest disappointment for me is that if you get bitten once, you don't go back and do it again. And North Melbourne have been regularly bitten and lose the ball by over hand pass in tight situations instead of a kick out, and put pressure back in front of the ball as opposed to at the ball.
From the restart, Cunnington, touched kick, one back there by the Lions anyway. McKenna gets it off to Kitty Coleman, who gives it back to McKenna. He chips it short. And the mark taken by Lincoln McCarthy is almost going with the Adamuze. Got the rolled up sleeves with the whites of the long sleeves showing. Back from Melbourne many years ago, he comes infield with his kick to Daniel Rich. The lead all of a sudden has swelled to 45 points. Brisbane's way, a long kick to half forward off hands. Out of play, we'll get a throw in 14-11-95 to 8-2-50. 20 minutes played in this third term. Jan says she's listening from a bubble bath in Yarraville, loving the team's vivid descriptions of the ground, including players close to the proximity of the ABC commentary box. That's from Jen.
Bubble bath.
That's a vivid description from her. So
nice and relaxing.
Ball off their hands. Danaher, his kick partly smothered. Inside 50 it goes though for Brisbane. Dunkley picks it up, sweeps a hand past to Hipwood, centres the ball up. Fort couldn't pull it down. Ball on the ground now, and Cameron picks it up and he's grabbed straight away. Didn't release it. I thought he had a chance. The umpire didn't. And so just outside the top of the goal square for Brisbane, there's ball up being forced.
So there's 4 players outside of the 50 from North, 6, 5 for Brisbane.
And Brisbane won over the back, and Harris Andrews too. Here we go again.
Fort with the spoil. It bounces back to him, off to Rayner, who zigzags through and snaps and goals. Well done, Darcy Fort. They get around him too, and well they should. The big ruck followed up at ground level and gave it off to Rayner, and the lead goes out beyond 50. It's 51 points the way of the Brisbane Lions. 15-11-101 to 8-2-50 mid.
It's all, well, I was just looking at you as you're calling that, Ben, and you glanced across when you called that how good his follow-up was. It's almost like, I think for them, and I'm talking about Brisbane here, to play significant finals football, they almost have to go with that secondary ruck in Fort, because one is he can take a mark, two is he's good on the follow-up, he's a heart and soul player, because what they do in the finals, they put Danaher in the ruck, and he's in the ruck now. So I just don't see the significance, because they lose this regularly in the middle, and what I have here again.
McCluggage takes it away. Both ruckmen missed it in the end, and it was Dunkley at half forward. He slipped out a hand pass. It's fallen, as it turns out, to Rayner. Over the top to Cameron. 3 for the quarter for Charlie Cameron. And Brisbane just streaking away. We've gone 22 minutes in this third term, and it's Brisbane just clearing out. They've stretched the margin now to 57 points. It's Brisbane, just waiting for the score to come up. Brisbane 16-11, 107. North Melbourne 8-2-50.
Still with a quarter to go. This is a demolition. It's 17-5 inside 50s. The clearance work 10-4. This is in this quarter alone, 10-4 in favour of Brisbane. And one of the alarming things, Mick, for me too, not only the turnover, just watching the game and seeing that unfold, the tackling. They only had 3 tackles only a couple of minutes ago, the Kangaroos, in this quarter. So not only the effort that's required to negate when Brisbane have got the footy, but to win it back, the energy and the effort is far from there.
Sprung to life in this term has Cameron. Davies Uniacke emerges from the middle. Neat little sidestep. Now kicks long, looking for a marker. Stevenson can't take it. Payne knocks it away. McCluggage gathers, then has to apply the tackle, in fact. He had it momentarily, and Zurha stole it out of his hands, and McCluggage ends up on top. We'll get a ball up. 55 out from the attacking goal for North Melbourne. It's barely been down there.
Well, Zurha's another player that's just been totally disappointing. There's so many players that just haven't done enough for North.
He's had 8 today and hasn't touched it this quarter.
Goldstein took the free kick and kicked it some 40 metres into the forward 50, and Payne took the intercept mark for Brisbane virtually on the lead.
Well, put him in the middle too. Sorry, Crossy. Like Zurha, get some grunt in the middle too.
Yeah, exactly. They've just got to put some body on body.
So it's Lions to the slaughter at this stage of the match. They're just enjoying their day out here at Mount Barker. And North Melbourne now at half back. They share it through the hands and just chased down Sheasel. Just took too long.
So there's a young boy, just hasn't. He's good, but he hasn't picked up the pace of it today.
So, in turn, the free kick stands taken forward by Hipwood. Another strong mark straight across goals to Berry. He's 20 metres out. And finally, he gets a North Melbourne player to come across and take the standing on the mark. So, he's only 20 metres out, slightly to the right. Another goal surely coming up for Brisbane.
I recognise Brisbane are that good, but the Kangaroos that bad. They look very ordinary today.
Rod, when you have a look at when the ball finishes, I always like to see how many players are behind the ball. A lot of North Melbourne's players are just jogging into the back line, where Brisbane are just sprinting in.
Jared Berry for his second of the afternoon. No problems there. And the overjoyous celebrations of players running from everywhere. Brisbane not quite doing that. They're just satisfied that they've put down the opponent at the moment.
Well, it's just too easy.
17 goals now on the board for Brisbane. 17-11 plays 8-2. So that margin now beyond 10 goals. 63 points. Brisbane 17-11, 113. North Melbourne 8-2-50.
Prior to today, Brisbane had won the last 5. They're clearly going to win their 6. But that margin you spoke across here of 108 points in last year around 3. Like this.
Would you take the over or under of that margin now for this game?
I'm going to go over.
Yeah, the way it is, it's been 3 goals to 12. And that's in the space of second and third quarter, with misses, a lot of easy misses. There's no spirit at North. I'm really disappointed in that alone.
Stop to a walk at the moment. Cunnington trying to find something. He wheels and kicks towards half forward. Curtis Taylor knocks it out of Kitty Coleman's hands. Now has to paddle. Coleman arrives and steals it. Just chips it forward towards Rayner. He breaks a tackle with absolute ease. Handball to Bailey. He can't quite get around Cunnington. Handball stolen by Greenwood. Now North go forward. The fumble. It allows him Brisbane again. And Neil, little bouncing handball from McKenna. Gets it back from Rich. Harlem Globetrotter stuff now for Brisbane.
Off to Rayner. Rayner says, we'll send it along, and there's Hipwood again. Chest mark, turns around, goes with the right foot, looking for Charlie Cameron. He's standing at the top of the goal square. They couldn't get him. It was knocked through. Well done by the defender coming back for North Melbourne.
It's again an indication of how easy and how quick Brisbane are moving the football as they kick it in. Is that you've had Hipwood, Joe Danaher over the back on probably half a dozen occasions where they've ended up having a shot or kicking a goal.
I feel like we've called it so many times today. North successfully out towards the eastern wing. Curtis Taylor marking the long kick. Get your text coming. I've got one to get to in a short while. Taylor, kick holds up in the breeze. No one able to mark it. Arriving Greenwood, beating him to a Dunkley. Wins the footy. Starcevic, a throw. It was like a volleyball set. Trying to get it to his teammate there in Wilmot. Free kick will go to Stevenson for North. Wants to switch. Oh, terrible kick, a floating kick. Howe wins it. Saves the day there for Stevenson. Chips it over the top. And Tucker marks on the attacking arc of 50 for North.
Plays on, arcs out to his left foot, and then goes long to the goal square. Over the back, Stevenson with a chest mark. It beat Comben and Andrews at the front. They misjudged it. The Breeze carried it over the back. Stevenson has a shot for his third of the afternoon.
Yeah, the Breeze did carry that across. He right, and Stevenson was in the right spot. He's a smart player.
And again, with a snapshot, all three of his goals with the ball laid across the body. One from the right to start his afternoon and two from the left. So he's got three on the board, and it's a breakthrough goal for North Melbourne, badly needed. They move along to 9 goals, 256, trailing Brisbane 17-12, 114.
Bit of luck.
Well, yeah, getting the right spot, you make your own luck. It certainly wasn't Larky's position. He's just been really, that was meant for him. The ball did carry the pack, and you find that Stevenson's a very good finisher. He's actually this year been a better player than what he was last year, and I think it's good for North that if he starts to believe in himself, lifts up his defensive area of his game, that these little bits of luck will fall his way. Instead of, tackle, chase, do all that sort of stuff, it takes you near the ball. And I know that was a mark behind the pack, but nonetheless he's in the right spot.
Bad bounce in the middle, so the umpire just tosses it into the air. Howe coming in off the wing, clatters in trying to win the football, but again it's Brisbane who come away with it. Zorko's handball, too hot for Berry. Handball back to Zorko, stolen by Power for North, gives it off to Phillips, tumbles a kick towards half forward. Andrews leads the race, wins it back for Brisbane. Handball to Neal, goes back to Andrews, who stands up in a tackle. Gives it back, and then a clearing kick coming from Starcevic towards Cameron, almost one-handed. Bailey roves beautifully. Gives out the handball to McCluggage for Brisbane.
On his kick inside 50, finds Hipwood again working hard. He's got two options long. Rayner running back with the flight he had there. Danaher as well. Rayner has to go to the pocket to get the ball back. Squares it up. Zorko diving in for the low pass and takes the chest mark 30 out straight in front. It's a clinic when Brisbane gets the ball forward.
Well, there's 7 North Melbourne players outside the back 50. Now, you don't expect 11 to be in there because that was a quick transfer, but Brisbane had 11 in there. So if they can get 11 players in there, you cannot be sitting back idle. You've got to fill those spaces, watch the player's eyes, see what he's going to do with the ball.
Right on the siren, 31-minute quarter, dominated by Brisbane. Zorko comes in and hits the left post. So that's it for 3 quarters. It's been a domination through the second term and then again in the third term for Brisbane. And at 3-quarter time, it's Brisbane 17-13, 115. North Melbourne 9-2-56. We'll run through the goal kickers. There's plenty of them for Brisbane. Danaher with 5, Hipwood with 4, Wilmot with, or rather Cameron with 3, Wilmot, McCluggage, Berry and Rayner with 1 each. And for North Melbourne, Stevenson has 3. And singles for Sheasel, Powell, Larkey, Phillips, Taylor and Shields.
So it's a 59-point margin the way of Brisbane at 3-quarter time. They're making a mess of North Melbourne at Mount Barker. We'll come back with some of your SMSs and the analysis of the Coaching Games record holder Mick Malthouse and Premiership Pro Rod Jamieson after this. This is Grandstand AFL.
we are one.
But we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream, and sing with one voice.
You're listening to ABC Radio.
You are, we are Australian. We are Australian.
You're listening to the AFL Gather Round
Grandstand AFL.
on radio
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Davies-Uniacke just escapes Zorko's tackle. Bailey comes at him. He's forced to release it. Picked up by Fort for Brisbane. Straight away to Cameron. Out the back is Danaher. And he'll run into an open goal. And he'll kick his fifth of the afternoon. It's come out to Stevenson. Chance to snap at goal. He's missed everything, I think. No, he didn't even get it that far. It's in the forward pocket. Comes off hands to Scott. Hand pass back to Shields. Snaps it across the body. And there's a goal for North Melbourne. To say it was badly needed would be a shocking understatement.
Fort with the spoil. It bounces back to him off to Rayner, who zigzags through and snaps and goals. Well done, Darcy Fort. They get around him too.
McCluggage takes it away. Both ruckmen missed it in the end. And it was Dunkley at half forward. He slipped out a hand pass. It's fallen, as it turns out, to Rayner. Over the top to Cameron. 3 for the quarter for Charlie Cameron. And Brisbane just streaking away.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
So a 59-point advantage the way of Brisbane. The last meeting, as we mentioned a couple of times, between these two sides, they won by 108 points. Will we get close to that once again? Coming up immediately after this match, another tremendous fixture here in Gather Round. Essendon and Melbourne, the vastly improved Essendon against Melbourne, many's premiership fancy for 2023. Matt Clinch is heading up the commentary team and joins us to preview that. Clinchy.
Ben, lovely to hear you from the Adelaide Hills, and the wet weather hasn't arrived at the Adelaide Oval either. So as you touched on, a fascinating game as third takes on fourth. The Bombers having a great start in the season, likewise with Melbourne, 3 wins and the 1 loss. But the Demons have had a great record over the Bombers, having won their last 3 and 5 of the past 6, with the Bombers last tasting success back in 2016. There is a late team change, even though the teams haven't officially come through. Ben Brown is out due to back soreness, and Jake Melcham will come into the D's starting side, replacing Brown. So we'll get the substitutions in the next 15 minutes or so. But the stage is set. It's a double-header tonight with Gather Round. So after this match, it's the Western Bulldogs and Port Adelaide. So we can't wait to bring it to you alongside Corbin Middlemass with Mark Murphy and Adam Ramanauskas as round 5 of the AFL continues for Gather Round.
Looking forward to a Clinchy. Matt Clinch and the team coming up. Mick Malthouse, Rod Jamieson. It was a procession in that third term, and it was all the way to Brisbane.
Just watching down in front of us here, the Kangaroos players. Al Clarkson was the last one to come out. The coaching committee were just there around the board and having a chat, Mick. I mean, if you're Al Clarkson, what are you saying to this group right now at three-quarter time after what you've just seen in that third quarter?
Well, you know, the most obvious thing to me is that the discipline of the game structure. Now, he knows his game structure, what he wants. North Melbourne have played it a few times. Well, they're all new to it, but they've played it a couple of times. They've had a couple of good wins. They were highly competitive in the first quarter. You could not say from there on in they've been competitive. So I bring it back to the raw state is the contested footballs, a side that is winning by 10-odd goals, is winning the contested football 116 to 94. So you take Simpkin out, he was a contested footballer. Now but Greenwood is a contested footballer, so therefore you're looking at a good contest. The second thing is if his game plan is all about quick movement with the hands, then these players are not at fault because they're just not good enough at the moment with their hands, because every second or third hand pass goes astray. If that's the game structure, the coach can't lay blame on the players by trying to do his game style. So therefore, but if it's not, if it's overuse, then you've got to get the football in there. But I would have my players, like Larky, I would be right onto Larky, because he is not playing in front. He's playing behind. He's flat-footed. Play higher. Bring him up the ground so he's more in the game than being right back, because Andrews does not he likes to read the play behind the ball. So restructure your forward line. Strong emphasis on a contested football and a strong emphasis on not overuse. If in fact if he wants to be overused, well, he's got to stick with it. But I would be suggesting don't overuse the football and get the ball in that front 50.
The execution is poor, isn't it? Contested 116 to 94. You touched on the ground ball gets a 75 to 68. So for the margin to be at 59 points, and those areas or metrics are still pretty in line.
So the fourth term underway here at Mount Barker and Brisbane. Able to win it back across halfback after North. Took it out of the middle. Dunkley gathers at fullback. Kicks long towards the wing, and Rayner going upstairs. Got a mini ride from Davies Uniacke and comes down with the football.
Where's his immediate opponent?
They lead by 59 points, Brisbane at the moment.
So Rayner shares it with the sub in Lyons, who's just come onto the ground. He got a couple of possessions in there, waxing and waning with Rayner. Down towards centre wing, ball taken by McDonald, and he was taken ball and all by Zorko. And so we'll get a ball up on centre wing.
Marks inside 50, Brisbane 21 to 6.
Was just distracted as the term started. Jared Lyons into the game. Darcy Ford subbed out.
Stevenson off the ruck contest, picked the ball up, going nowhere. Lockie Neal hanging on to him. McCluggage with assistance. Another ball upcoming. Goldstein working hard. Oscar McInerney takes it out of the ruck, gives it to Neal, and then off to Dunkley, off the left foot down the line. Almost a one-hander pulled in by Rayner. North Melbourne get it away to Davies Uniacke. Steadies and kicks long towards half forward. Payne at the back of the contest with Larkey. Couldn't take the mark though. Delicate little touch towards the boundary line by Brisbane, but they couldn't get it away. Now Zurhaar in the pocket, thought he took it over the line, but he played on and he went to goal and tried to banana the ball from the right forward pocket for the minor score, as it turns out. And so that margin's come down to 58 points in favour of Brisbane. Early stages of this final term, under 2 minutes in.
Coleman goes with a long kick out to the wing. Cameron runs onto the loose footy. There's a free kick. And Joe Danaher with an unrealistic attempt.
Can I just say,
free kick?
I've watched Larkey last week hobble around with an injury. He's playing today, he's still hobbling.
Better not to play him, Mick, is that what you're saying? Coleman goes up and takes a big contested mark. 30 metres out, as good as directly in front.
No, I'm not saying that because...
Once you're out there, you're fit.
Well, you've got to be, but he's just been knocked off the ball so easily. He can't hold his ground. He just seems to have a bit of a limp up when he runs. Now, I don't know, it may be natural, but he was really struggling last week. I reckon he struggled again today, badly struggled today, because he's a better player than what he's playing.
Charlie Comben, he's got his hands on a couple, kicked a couple of behinds, trying to get on the goal kickers list. He's missing to the left-hand side. 3 behinds on the day for Charlie Comben. And the lead is cut back to 17-13, 1:15, 9-4, 58 Brisbane lead.
So the short kick found Payne, and Payne played on immediately and kicked it out on the full. Out there on the eastern side, breeze just carrying it. It is a strong breeze and it's been there all day. So North Melbourne take over and go deep inside forward 50, and there was some blocking there. Harris Andrews the offender, and so it'll be a free kick for Comben. So he'll be about, man on the mark will stand about 25-30 metres out from goal at a 45-degree angle for Comben.
Let's see if he learned from the last one too. 3 behind. You called it Benny as well. 30 out. It's only his 7th game. He looks like a bit of a talent that he gets up at it.
Yeah. He puts himself in and about, doesn't he? Yeah. He has a crack.
Here's Comben. Wanders in, kicks it strongly, and goal umpire likes it, looked at it closely, and he's going to signal with the 2 fingers. So 10 goals on the board. 10-4-64 for North Melbourne to Brisbane 17-13, 115, just 4 minutes in to the final term.
And probably to extend that conversation with too, like it's isolated. I've only seen the Kangaroos today. I'm going to Tassie next week to do Adelaide and Kangaroos, so I'll keep an eye. But Coleman's doing what Larkey should be doing, isn't it? Like getting up at the football, hitting the contest, taking it with it instead of that wrestling. And when he's done it, he's actually either lost his feet, fallen to ground, and He's only had the 5 touches today and the 1 goal, which came, I think it was, in the first quarter.
Yeah, I feel for Larky, because I've seen him play under duress, and I've seen him come and hit the ball really hard, and he's quite a competitor. I hope they're not trying to just get him out there because he's a talent, because quite frankly he's getting chewed up.
North go inside 50. Turner snapping around the corner. Stevenson marking in the pocket. 15 metres in from the boundary line, 25 metres out. He'll go back and kick on a 45-degree angle.
Can it happen, Benny? They got 5 inside 50s this quarter to 0. In the last quarter against the Blues, Mick, they went inside 20 times.
So they need to kick 20 goals with them.
Yeah, they do, and they're only going at 35% at the minute.
Yeah, I know. He's a real opportunist, Stevenson, isn't he? Just finds a bit of space.
Looking for his 4th and a good day. He drives it through the middle. Jaden Stevenson with 4 on the afternoon. North Melbourne's 11th, and they're saving a little bit of faith in this 4th term. 17-13, 115 Brisbane. North Melbourne 11-4, 70 here on Grandstand AFL. Mick Malthouse, Rod Jamieson.
To be fair, what's probably the margin is significant, but they've actually kicked pretty straight when they got in front of goal.
SMS here, it says Alistair Clarkson will go off the handle at 3/4 time like Grumpy Mick used to do. That's from Marty. I don't know the Mick he's referring to.
Who's that bloke?
I don't. I'm from Marty, but he wouldn't be referring about you, Mick, would he?
Couldn't possibly be.
No.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Ball in the middle. Lions roves the beautiful tap and sends it down the throat of Danaher. Big Oscar McInerney's best work there. Straight down the Lions. And a lovely pass. Danaher comes out on the lead, takes the mark, 40 out, and just slightly to the right of the goals.
See, that's that lead up at the football in these breeds. This is what Larky's not doing. And it sounds as if I'm picking him. No, I'm not. It's just that he's a younger player. He needs to come up the ground. But if you overuse the football, guess what? When you come up the ground, it goes over your head.
Danaher arcs out to his left, sends it long. And he had the distance comfortably, but away for the minor score. Brisbane stretched the lead, 46 points it is. And we're 5-6 minutes into this final term.
8 shots on goal, 5-3.
Long kick in from North, out towards the eastern wing. Loose footy, and lots of players pile on top. Kadeem Coleman on top of his opponent. Kane Turner, who gets up from the bottom of the pack, will get a ball up between the wing and half forward for the Brisbane Lions. McInerney knocks it down straight over the boundary line. And a throw in again here at Mount Barker. The clouds have just broken up a little. Sunshine breaking through at the moment.
It's not a bad afternoon, yeah.
No, typically winter afternoon. It's not warm. There's a bit of a breeze and some grey clouds around, but no rain at the moment, which is good. Brisbane win it from the throw-in. Here's Bailey kicking them in towards full forward, and Logout pointing Danaher. He takes the defensive mark. They'll get it back here, North Melbourne. 45 points, Brisbane's advantage.
It's been their trouble all day, though, isn't it, too? When they get hold of the football in the defensive area, they haven't been able to run it out, string it out, or even hold possession to end up scoring.
Coleman puts it back inside 50 for Brisbane. Zeeble with the mark, plays on with a kick around the corner, just finds his man, and Powell, he's inside the centre square, flicks up the hand pass to Tucker. Running was Phillips ahead of him. He takes the ball. Diagonal kick was a good one. And from about 50, it's kicked forward by Taylor and high, and coming back against the grain, Harris Andrews. Boy, 9 pins scattered there. He sent it through well and truly for the rush behind.
That is a solid weight of pack there right then, wasn't it, too?
Happy with that as an old school defender, Jamo?
Yes. Larky, Comben, Harris Andrews, and I think the other one was Joyce.
Yes.
Just all go to the ground after meeting each other solidly.
Rich with the kick in, long to the wing. Danaher, big leap, doesn't take the mark. Greenwood at the fall of the ball for North. Handball to Sheasel to Power, kick smothered. Brisbane quickly back the other way. Bailey gives the handball to Danaher. Inside 50, on the end of it, Cameron chips over the top and running into an open goal. It's whacked through by Fort. From the goal line. And Fort gets his second. He thumps it through. Brisbane come again. They're 18-14, 122. North Melbourne 11-5, 71. We're 9 minutes into this final term here at Mount Barker.
Yeah, and that's the difference. The decision here by Taylor to get the football, look up. He could have short passed the ball to Stevenson, who made a 15-metre break, but he went to the goal line against known competition in
Common and Larkey.
Common and Larkey, but they dragged their two opponents in
Harris
with them.
Andrews
So you got 4 players falling for the ball, whereas if he had to use a 15-metre kick to Stevenson, up the other end, they used the players who were free, and as a consequence, North Melbourne got found out again.
Out of the middle, North Melbourne go forward through. Phillips gave it to Tucker, and then his high kick is picked off by Payne for Brisbane. Benny, I sold you short before. I looked at the champion data stats and it said Fort had been subbed off. In fact, it's Jared Berry who's been subbed off by Brisbane. So I'm positive I saw that they had initially Darcy Fort. But anyway.
They made that mistake last night. They subbed out the wrong person on champion data.
Okay.
That wouldn't have been you, Crossy.
No, I'm calling it an error on champion data's behalf.
Hey, blame the tools.
North Melbourne chipping it around in their D50. Here's Shields. He'll kick towards the wing, looking for Comben. Andrews brings it down, straight to McKenna, tackled immediately. Mackay onto the footy, gets a handball away. Getting involved, Ashcroft. Loose footy. And they all pile on. Another ball up between wing and half forward.
There's another quality young player too, isn't it, too? Will Ashcroft.
Oh, he's
come
into
the game and picked it up pretty quickly.
Yeah. Was that a kick coming out of the back line, though? That North Melbourne player had the football, kicked it to 2-on-1 against. 2-on-1 against. You've got no hope of recovering unless he's Wayne Carey or Lee Matthews as a player.
Here is the sub-line, so gives it to Cameron for Brisbane. Kicks towards a central position. Zeeble gathers on the bounce. Stolen by Dunkley. Snaps on goal and misses. To the right-hand side, it didn't spin as he would have wanted. As the snap, it sort of floated through for a minor score. It'll all be largely inconsequential. The kick in is poor. A turnover from Sheasel straight to Zach Bailey, and he takes the mark 47 metres out on a 30-degree angle to the left-hand side.
Yeah, if there's a hit on Sheasel, his kicking action is just a little bit, it's slightly flawed. And that kick there was a demonstration of he had targets on either side of him. He missed both and hit it straight to a Brisbane player.
Wants to centre it Bailey and finds McKenna, who bobs up and takes the mark 45 metres out directly in front.
This still test him here.
I was going to say the same. I don't think, he's not a bad defender, but if he had an attribute that he needs a bit of work on, his kicking is the area, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only marginal, but it's enough. Like kicking at Croke Park, this one here.
Looking for the over perhaps, Mick, as he kicks from 50. Not a bad looking drop punt, and it will go right to the line. Is it marked on the line or a goal? Rayner's dragged it in. No, it's a goal. Rayner took the mark, but it was over the line. And McKenna just with a foot of extra carry, he's nailed the major. And Brisbane 19-15, 129. They lead North 11-5, 71. 13 minutes final term here on Grandstand AFL.
I've seen another Irishman, Mark Keane. He come to the Adelaide Football Club this year. A few years at Collingwood, went back home, came back, but the skill, both right side of his body and left side by foot, is probably one of the more talented Irishmen, the way that they drop and use the football.
Yeah. Oh, they're highly talented. There's no question about that. It's interesting when they go back and come back. I think they've realised what they've left behind. And one is family on the return, but on the way coming back, they've missed the game, and of course the money. The money's certainly better than nothing, what they get for GAA.
Brisbane link it up out of the centre again. Lions with a kick forward. McDonald that time was the master of Dunkley. Hand passes it off to Zeeble. Zeeble back down the line on this broadcast side of the ground. Larkey gets free, shows a bit of a gate, and then kicks it towards his lead-up option in Comben, and it's punched away by Andrews, who has been the master back there for Brisbane.
Probably the only time I've seen Larkey actually beat his immediate opponent then, and the right kick was the right option, but
up the ground.
Yeah, but Comben went back.
Yeah.
Then came forward, and he had to stay forward in front. He would have got in front of Harris Andrews.
Throw in inside attacking 50 here for North. Goldstein works his way to the front, lays it down. Unable to gather McKenna. Getting involved McInerney. Comes to Davies Junior. Kicks to full forward. Payne takes the mark.
Been very
fullback.
Good. Been very good, Payne.
Yeah,
really solid.
Every time I say his name, I think of Clubber Lang from Rocky 3 as he kicks beyond defensive 50. And the mark taken by Davies Junior. 52 metres out from goal. Centres it towards full forward. And Comben, full-chested at the footy. He holds the ball to it and takes the mark 20 out directly in front.
Harris Andrews, I reckon he's a very good player. I don't put him in the great category because he sits back and waits for them to come in. I'm going to go and spoil the ball. Someone leads up on him, all of a sudden he looks around, blames midfielders and everyone else except himself that he didn't go with the player. And this has been over the last couple of years.
Comben comes in and kicks it. A second for Charlie Comben. And at least something for the North fans to go away with today. It looks like he might be something. 19-15, 129 plays 12-5-77 with 10 to play in the fourth.
Well, he could have had a day out, actually. He's kicked 2 goal 3. So, certainly a 4 or 5 for a bloke that's only in his 7th game. He is another target that, you continue to work on.
Well, 199 centimetres, nearly 100 kilos. He could do some serious harm to an opposition if you can get both those lads working together, Larky and him working together, but they've got to work together as opposed to, when I say together, don't attack the same football and drag your opponents in with you. Separate, like, say, Cameron and Hawkins, like Mackay and Curnow.
Thoughts of Mick Malthouse alongside Rod Jamieson, our experts on Grandstand AFL. Brisbane's gone forward from the centre ball. And that coming the other way now, North Melbourne through Taylor, handed it off to Sheasel. He goes down to centre half forward, and Darcy Fort just stands up for Brisbane and takes the mark. And he delivers wide to McKenna, who just on the run takes the ball, chips it down the line. And waiting there was Bailey. Bailey gets around the man on the mark and goes wide with his kick, partly smothered. Scott picked it up, hand pass back for North Melbourne to McDonald. And then wide goes the kick, and Sheasel takes the mark quickly to play on, looks to square it inside, kicks it to his former under-18 teammate in Ashcroft. Trouble is, he's playing for the Lions. So he's turned it over, and Ashcroft at left half forward for the Lions looks up, sends it in the direction of McCarthy. Got a good fly, ball went through the hands, out the back to Logue, then to Tucker, and then off to Zeeble, and then to Scott, who fumbled it, and McKenna took it off him, and then into the pocket he goes, and not for the first time this afternoon. A chest mark taken by Hipwood inside 50.
Well, you look where Hipwood is compared to Danaher. They're 30 metres apart. And look, I don't say that every time you have to be that far apart, but what it does, it drags the defence away. And when you drag the defence away, all of a sudden it becomes one-on-one. And when you've got one-on-one, you become very nervous, particularly you can decide, do I lead up, lead back? Do I stand there and call for the ball high? But if you have that situation and you bring your other defender over, the more than likely is you're going to get spoiled.
Space and little congestion.
Hipwood from about 35 out, wasn't happy off the boot with good reason. It was narrow, and so the minus score, and it's a 53-point margin in favour of Brisbane. 19-16 plays 12-5.
So that's why you'd like to see North Melbourne experiment longer and longer with those two key forwards.
Oh, Taylor with a big fly, but Greenwood in from the side. He takes the mark, handballs it quickly to the run of Powell. Couple of bounces down the broadcast wing, loops it over the top by hand to Stevenson, arches his back, gets away from Payne, kicks inside 50. Larky comes up at the footy, just doesn't quite mark. Rich Rose for Brisbane in their D50, gives it to Darragh Joyce, short to Lyons, short to Bailey, not the required distance. Goes back to Lyons, who chisels it inboard. Good kick to McCluggage. Here he comes centrally with the kick and just finds Kitty Coleman. He'll switch it, and Andrews is out at right half back.
Jared Lyons, 8 disposals in his last quarter since coming on.
Had 3 Brownlow votes in the last meeting between these two sides. Started as the sub today.
So he went down to Rayner, who got himself in a bit of trouble, went back then. And now Brisbane switch it through Coleman, then out to Joyce on this broadcast side of the ground. Thinks about a short pass, decides in the end to go long. McKenna, or rather Zorko, the unlikely target. McDonald beat him quite comfortably.
Had Charlie to go to. That's where he should have gone. He went to the harder option.
Donald inboard went to the easy option of kicking it straight to Hipwood. Another chest mark for the big man, this time from the opposition kick. Inside 50 he goes for McCarthy, and Logue came across him. Ball fell over the back. Zeebles picked it up close to the line and rushed it through under pressure to the umpire. Zeebles in one side, out the other, plays on quickly. It goes to Tucker, and he's bouncing down the eastern wing.
Here he goes, a handball over the top. Gets it onto a teammate in Howe. Goes back to Tucker. Took too long. Run down. Wilmot gets him. And he was ambling. Darcy Tucker, he was having a daydream on his stroll in Mount Barker.
Too much sausage.
Bratwurst caught up with him, heavy in the stomach. Short kick to McCluggage from the free kick. Now he sends Brisbane into the pocket. And over the head of the pack at the back, McCarthy. He marks on his chest. Just in the boundary line, deep in the right forward pocket. As one of the 3 South Australians out there for Brisbane today.
Probably the hardest kick for a right footer. He's going to go across his body with the left, but he's going into that freeze coming out of that goal square.
And Given, he's going to go on the left with the snap across the body and bend it through beautifully. We'll check. The goal umpire wants to have a look at it. Thought he was going to go with the outside of the right boot.
What did he say here? Is he called it a goal or a behind?
Behind, by the looks of things.
I'm going to say behind, watching the replay here.
Do we have all that equipment here?
We do. We've got the score review. Not quite as good as perhaps at some of the more established venues, Mick.
Well, no, Benny, true. We actually had the Mount Barker chair or president here, and he's saying the posts, AFL posts, and they've also got Snicko in there as well. So they've got the technology here.
Well, it's probably better than anywhere because you don't have the interference from the crowd behind.
Looks like it's over the post.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's a behind.
Well, if he's called behind, it has to be behind.
I thought he was going to go with the outside of the right boot, and I was going to say, given we're in South Australia, the check side. And he went with the left foot snap. Just a behind.
The boomerang.
Banana.
No.
You guys call it the banana, don't you?
Well, we call it check side.
Yeah, you call it check side, I thought.
No, he went left foot, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
No, he went,
but I was saying,
but he should have gone the right foot. Maybe the banana on the right foot.
Rod, you spent most of the time on the back line, and you're trying to say about foot, and I never played
dance and dance and all of that.
Well, meanwhile, there's a throw for a slap on by Tucker after North Melbourne had done so well to work the ball all the way down to half forward. Ashcroft will take the free kick. And just to confirm, 55 the margin in favour of Brisbane after that point from Lincoln McCarthy and the subsequent discussion. So Coleman just chips it. He was the recipient of the free kick, so he chipped it to Ashcroft. And then Whitey goes to Danaher, who's a long way from the half-forward line where he's generally...
I think he's in the ruck.
Oh, he's in the ruck at the moment?
Well, he has to be, surely. Forwards don't go past the centre. You know what they're like.
Well, he goes in the direction of Fort. It comes off hands. Cunnington was in there. Sheagle released a hand pass into the middle of play. Players just going in heavily, and then finally it just rolls out. Starcevic with the easy pickup, and inside 50 he goes out the pack and by himself with Zorko, takes the chest mark straight across goals. Charlie Cameron, Mark slides the ball through, no doubt about that. 4 for the afternoon for Charlie Cameron. It's been a day out for the Brisbane forwards. 5 for Danaher, 4 for Hipwood, now 4 for Cameron. And Brisbane moves right away again. 20 goals, 18, 138 to 12 goals, 5, 77. I did the maths eventually.
It's absolutely execution in this last quarter has been enhanced, hasn't it, too? The amount of times the turnover that the Kangaroos, when they've had hold of the football and they've just given it back to the opposition, they haven't had the quality or the execution ability to be able to maintain it and score, obviously. And then this quarter, whilst they've got it inside their 50 on 10 occasions to 12, which is probably better than what they've done in 3 quarters of football.
That is.
But again, the football over the back, they're just getting caught out terribly.
We know Charlie Cameron loves Take Me Home country roads. Here he is, out in the regions in Mount Barker. From the clearance, Coming away with it, Brisbane. The kick towards half forward. There's a free kick. It's going to go the way of Brisbane.
Well, let's see what that free kick could be possibly for. The player control the ball in the air.
He threw it away, did he?
Well, he
didn't dispose of it.
That has to be it. He tapped the ball out.
Wilmot with the free kick. He sets it up towards the pocket. Flying jump from Rayner. Hands on it. Claiming it. No. He's tackled to ground quickly. I think it was off the hands of Fort before Rayner got it. So we'll get a ball up. Right forward pocket here for Brisbane. Goldstein slaps it down. Rayner steals it. Handball to McCluggage. Right forward pocket here for the Lions. Ashcroft on the left. Hooks across the body towards full forward. And north of there, going up low, takes the defensive mark at fullback. Doesn't like some of the treatment there from Zorko. They lead by 61. The Brisbane Lions at the moment over North.
Logue went short. It was called play on, so they try and get it outside 50. Brisbane come the other way. They force a smother. Picked up by McCluggage into the forward pocket. Standing by himself was Cameron. So he'll go back 20 metres out, all but straight in front.
Yeah, he's well controlled early by McDonald. And funny enough, the goals he kicked, I have not seen McDonald on him. It's just... That's quite bizarre, I've got to say, because you've got the better of an opponent, stay on him, particularly if he's that dangerous. I just can't see McDonald anywhere near him.
A lot of Melbourne players between themselves discussing how that procession of handballs ended in almost disaster, and I say almost because Charlie Cameron has missed. Minus score, 62 points the margin in favour of the Lions.
The Lions back on the footy. Zorko gathers from the kick in, has time to steady and finish with class. Zorko loves it. He celebrates as he sprints to the bench. And the Brisbane Lions are running up a cricket score over North Melbourne here at Mount Barker.
Another turnover, Benny. Like that was a kick-off that missed his man by
5 or 10 metres, easy.
Yeah, and I reckon we've seen that now 3 or 4 times where the North Melbourne defender kicking off has virtually kicked it straight back to a North Melbourne player who could have kicked a goal or set up the goal. So, got to I would say that Elsa Clarkson was saying if we can tidy up areas, like they are just give me goals. Yeah. Just you might as well just peel off, climb up the scoreboard and put another goal on, then go back to your position.
110 of the 145 points for Brisbane today from turnovers.
Well, so I'm judged it right then, Ben.
Out of the middle, it was Greenwood who got caught in possession. So Brisbane now chain up some hand passes. They get it to McKenna. He's running inside 50. Just showed the ball, stepped around, kick for goal, minus score. Brisbane, no. Moving out now, 69 points, the margin. As we close in, we're well into time on, 27 minutes down in the final quarter here at Mount Barker.
Have we seen a team kick 20 goals this year? I know there's been a couple that have got 18 or 19, but I wouldn't have thought there'd be too many that got 20 or more this year.
I'll check all of that for you, Jamo. As North try and work it around the wing, the long kick from Sheasel towards a contest. It tumbles out of play. And we'll get a throw in front of our broadcast position, right on top of the action here at Mount Barker.
Gee, I like seeing players just use their brains if they haven't quite got the pace. I just watched Cunnington then with Andrews. Clearly Andrews quicker, bigger. He turned, he pushed Andrews' body away from the ball. Nothing happened about it, but it was just smart play by a bloke like Cunnington.
Goldstein to Greenwood, to Davies Uniacke, high inside 50, a free kick. Going to go to Harris Andrews. He'll have it at fullback for Brisbane. Going to do what they need to do here, Brisbane, and move into a positive ledger this season. They'll advance to 3-2. North Melbourne will be on a 3-game skid after starting 2-0 under their new coach Alistair Clarkson.
Chris Fagan, again, I heard talk yesterday, he's coaching down on the bench as opposed to up in the bleachers. The reason why he was doing that, Mick, he highlighted, was when we did the big freeze and he fell, he ripped his hamstring off the bone and he couldn't get up the stairs. So everyone was going, how good is that? You're down on the boundary talking to your players. He goes, well, I couldn't actually get up the stairs to coach in the box.
Well, that's a newie.
Brisbane have moved the ball, meanwhile, down the ground and all the way to Danaher, inside 50 with a pass from Cameron, and Danaher has taken it wide out and just a little poke down the line, 25 from goal. Rayner with the chest mark, and he's got a fair bit of angle that he has to deal with here. But another opportunity for Brisbane. They've had, what are we up to? It's over 40 shots at goal. 41, this will be their 42nd shot at goal. There's a couple of out in the fulls as well added to that. It's been the rain's gone away, but it's been raining goals for Brisbane most of the afternoon.
There's a lot of people left, haven't there? Just looking around the blue seats, there's probably North Melbourne people.
So Rayner comes in, and he was angling the body just to help it through for another goal for the Lions. What an afternoon now. 2 for Cam Rayner. And Brisbane just streaking away. And there's 22-20, 152 to 12-5, 77. The Lions, as we close in on full time, have done the job well and truly over the Kangaroos this afternoon.
Yeah, extended out to 6 matches in a row that the Kangaroos have been a bit of their... Well, Brisbane have been the bogey side for the Kangaroos. They just can't find a way to get over the top of them. So I think Chris will be really happy with, obviously, one winning away, albeit independent ground for both sides. But the execution, as we've spoken about all this time for the Kangaroos, is a really hard work on.
The Barkaroos were expected to, were saying it should be a Kangaroos home ground. They're the Kangaroos as well. They call themselves the Barkaroos.
Well, they'll be happy with the barbecue. And I think everything's happened today in the proceeds, but not the result on the field.
Now the most goals kicked by a team this season, Melbourne and Collingwood, both this year had kicked 21. And the Brisbane Lions make a mess of North in Mount Barker. The regional visit of Gather Round, it finishes a walloping. Brisbane 22, 20, 152 to 12-5, 77. They certainly did kick the winning score today, as they say in their song. 22 majors, as I mentioned, the most by any side this year. The goal kickers in the end, Danaher with 5, Cameron with 4, and Hipwood with 3. Their forwards getting it done. So the Brisbane Lions moved to 3-2 on the season. North Melbourne slipped to 2-3, the inverse, and have lost their last 3. It felt like it could have been bigger, to be honest, in the way that it finished up, but it was still a 75-point win the way of the Brisbane Lions. It was significant. Mick Malthouse and Rod Jamieson.
It certainly was significant because I guess the question was how did Brisbane travel? Terribly. Well, today they didn't. It looked even first quarter, but the cracks started to appear in the North Melbourne's, I guess, ball handling. And in fact, they hardly got it in the second quarter. And when they did in the third and fourth quarter, they gave it back. So Brisbane did a terrific job of capitalising on the turnovers. I think, Ben, you mentioned the numbers there before about the scores. But I reckon they'd be delighted. I reckon Brisbane would be delighted to think that their key players, i.e. Hipwood and Danaher, kicked 9 between them. When you throw in Charlie Cameron, who kicked 4 third and last quarter goals, then their forward line was functional. And even at the end, when you see Rayner kick goals, they had 10 goal kickers having 40-odd shots on goal just as the rain starts to come down.
It goes down pretty heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, they're clearing the ground pretty quickly too. Whereas North Melbourne, the disappointing thing about North, I come in here thinking structurally under Elson Clarkson they'll be sound, but the game structure, I'm not privy to the game structure, but it just seems to be we've got to work the ball quickly through hands, through the middle of the ground. Well, that's fine, but if you turn the ball over, you're going to get found out. And unfortunately, when that was happening, North defenders were moving up the ground almost in hope. When the ball got turned over, the number of goals got out the back by Hipwood, by Cameron in the end, by Danaher even, was quite remarkable. I'm not too sure they'd get away with that against the best sides, but North Melbourne, they're in a learning process. I don't want to bag them too much because I just think they've got a lot of young players. They've got a couple of ageing players who contributed. I thought Goldstein for 2.5 quarters was the better ruckman. Then he started to tire. Jack Zeeble held his own. Larkey is, look, I don't know if he's injured or not, but he's lost confidence. I think those two key forwards, though, can work him in Cobden. I think they can work if they can just start to work the difference of getting near each other, but also coming at the football. Too often they let their backline player dictate where the ball was contested, and that's not good for a forward, and it's not good for the psyche of the players up the field. Brisbane can be satisfied. North Melbourne, a lot of work to do.
Yeah, no, and I think indication too. Harry Sheasel 31. Albeit another 30 disposal game in his 5th one, but turnover where it sort of ended up. But an indication that Jack Zeeble, another defender, you have a look, Luke McDonald, another defender, they're all in the top numbers in terms of disposals. Where you have a look at the midfield and the ball winners for Brisbane, they've got truckloads.
High,
and the marks inside 50, Mick, for me, were the real...
That'd be a record, right?
It'd have to be here. 33-9 in favour of Brisbane today.
Inside 50, I mean, that is so significant. 33. Like, if you could have 10 or 11 or 12, I think it's that you go, well, that's okay, we'll have 12 shots on goal or thereabouts, even if you mark it on or just in 50. But 33 is remarkable, given... Look, I don't think North backline has got a mug backline. You know, Loeb's okay, Mackay's okay, Zeebel's okay, McDonald's okay, Cor's okay, but then don't blame them.
Yeah,
blame they're not blame free, but at the end of the day, someone's got to kick the ball into the 50 to be marked. Now it's who is on those players and who's doing the work on those players. So I heard you say early in the game, or maybe second quarter, you thought their midfield, North Melbourne's midfield's a bit lazy, and I think you're on the money that they just didn't work hard enough defensively. You turn the ball over, you've got to immediately turn and run back. And too often, the second and third hand pass was going to ground or getting intercepted. You've got to turn and get back and help out your back line or put pressure back on the player that's taking it off you. North Melbourne back in habits of last year. They're going to win a couple more games this year. They might win a few games this year, but they've got a long way to go. But they've got a lot of young players as well.
The tackling was, I mean, it's 41-40. It wasn't a brutal game in terms of defence, wasn't it? You sort of want to get up 55, 57, 60 is probably where the top-end high talent, when they don't have the football, they're the ones that are actually putting the pressure on to make it hard. But it was only 41-40 today. And
Well, Brisbane didn't have to tackle too often outside the first quarter because they control the ball so often, and they had enough turnovers that when you turn the football over, you're no longer tackling. You've got it.
A watching brief as well will be how significant the injury is for Jai Simpkin. You mentioned a couple of times, both of you, how important he is for this North Melbourne side. The game's actually not totally dissimilar to what we saw between these two teams last year, that 108-point win. That game was actually the highest ever total Brisbane have kicked under Chris Fagan. So they kicked 156 points, 23-18, 156 on that day. Today they've kicked 22-20, 152. The second highest score that Brisbane have run up on anyone under Fagan. So,
Benny, they can do that. Benny, Brisbane can do that with the talent they've got. It's only when you don't allow them to do that they can't do that. Now, I know that sounds double Dutch. At the end of the day, if you give them enough room, if you give them enough allowance, if you don't put pressure on them, they're going to do that. And Roger's spot on. If you looked at the top 5 or 6 possession getters of Brisbane, they're all midfielders.
Yeah.
So they're hammering the ball in and around the ground. And if you're winning stoppages, you're hammering the ball from the centre of the ground into the forward line. How many times do they go in? They went in inside 50, 66 times. But that's not even the significance. They've scored 40 odd times, 42 times. That's nearly 70%.
They meatloafed it every 2 out of 3, Mick.
Well, that's 2 out of 3 ain't bad. No, that's not bad.
Look, we're spending too much time together. We're finishing each other's sentences.
Yeah, you really, hey? And now you've got another 40-minute trip back into the CBD.
Oh, not until we've done a bit of a tour. Look at this. You could not write this as well. There is a picturesque rainbow that is setting right here on the middle of the ground at Mount Barker.
Yeah, but hang on. Where is it ending? Have a look where it's ending. Right over the top of, I reckon that's Lachie Neale. A big photograph of Lachie Neale, and it's lobbed on him. Guess what?
He's going to win the Brownlow this year.
If I was giving votes, he'd be getting the pot of gold.
Mick, that's a beautiful segue because I'm about to ask you to give the votes.
Well, I can do that.
Okay, let's start with your one vote.
I was tossing this up because they were so dominant. I end up going. I didn't know whether to go for Dunkley or Zorko, but I don't like him, so I'm going to go for Dunkley.
I'm not sure that passes the test, Mick.
Well, it does here.
What's a pub test? That's it. Yeah.
Because I just reckon that he is unreliable against top sides, whereas Dunkley isn't.
Yep.
So I'll give him one.
Yep, hard at it.
Yep. This other player too loves to lean on posts and sit on fences and off with the Dixies at times too, or Pixies. But today I think the needle may have given him a little bit of a touch up to say, listen, get a bit more serious about your game. Joe Danaher, early days when the pressure was on, he was scoring, he was marking, he was coming up the ground. He had 14 and none, so he doesn't worry about hand passing. I guess it's called football for a reason, and that's what he thinks. But I thought, what did we kick? 5 goals, 3.
He kicked 5, but 4 in the first half.
Yeah, and I reckon he put one out the full. But he was marking the ball up around this centre line and relieving the back line. So I thought he played very well. It's very easy to give a backline player some kudos today, but my number one, I thought Lachie Neale from go to woe. Have a look at these stats. 37 kicks, or possessions rather, 6 inside 50, 13 clearances, and 17 contested football. That is a 3-vote game.
13 ground ball gets, 4 tackles, and went at 86%.
All right, we've got to go. Jamo, great to see you. Mick Malthouse, great work. Appreciate the work of Neil Cross over the course of the afternoon as well. If you're listening on News Radio in Queensland, you're returning to network. Everyone else, if you're listening in the ACT, you're heading to the NRL. Everyone else to Wessendon and Melbourne. It was the Brisbane Lions by 75 points over North Melbourne, and this was them singing the song in the rooms to celebrate. Goodbye.